Aló, 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 aló. Aló, 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 aló. My check, my check, my check. My check, 1, 2, 3, my check, 1, 2, 3, my check, my check. Thank you.
Not working? All right, here we go. Good evening, everyone. Tonight's city council meeting for August 8th is going to begin at 7:16. Thank you for waiting for us. We apologize for the delay. Please call the meeting to order.
Mr. Calvo,
Present.
Ms. Casal Munoz.
Present.
Ms. Garcia Robes,
Present.
Ms. Perez,
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Present.
Mr. Dunidor,
Present.
and Mr. Zogby is absent. Madam President, you have enough members to conduct business.
Thank you. Since Councilmember Zogby isn't here today, I would like to ask our Vice President Garcia Robes if she could please lead our Pledge of Allegiance.
Everyone, please stand. Place the flag and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. If we could please have our invocation read.
Lord, we pray for your guidance and direction and benefit of those who live and work in the city of Hialeah. Amen.
Amen. City Clerk, could you please read us our meeting guidelines?
The following guidelines have been established by the city council. All lobbyists must register with the city clerk. As a courtesy to others, please refrain from using cellular telephones or other similar electronic devices in the council chamber. A maximum of 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers in opposition will be allowed to address the council on any one item. Each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No signs or placards in support of or in opposition to an item or speaker shall be permitted within the council chamber. Any person, whether participating via the web platform, telephonic conferencing, or physical presence at City Hall, interested in making comments or posing questions on matters of public concern or on any item on the agenda may do so during the meeting. Members of the public may address the city council on any item pertaining to city business during the comments and questions portion of the meeting. A member of the public is limited to 1 appearance before the city council, and the speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The public can view public meetings on the city's YouTube page. Members of the public may hear the meeting live through telephonic conferencing using any telephone or cellular phone service. A smart device or computer are not necessary to participate in the meeting if you join by phone. All persons participating via the web platform will be muted during the meeting until called upon to be heard. Participation through Zoom requires a computer or smart mobile device with a microphone and web camera. The participant may elect to participate in the meeting using audio only or appear through both audio and video. The video function of all participants appearing through video will be turned off until called upon to be heard.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. If we could please now turn to the presentation portion of our meeting. We have presentation A.
Presentation by Justo Espinosa, Hialeah Transit Manager, regarding the new City of Hialeah Transit app.
Good evening.
Good
Mayor and
evening.
Council. My name is Justo Espinosa, Transit Manager, 900 East 56th Street.
All right.
It
we
is a
see
great
our
honor to
computer.
present to the council the new transit app from City of Hialeah. There's our new brochure, which we at this point put everything that we needed to explain, the new Wi-Fi that we have inside our buses, the route the way to download the app. Next slide. As you see, it's very simple to download the application on the transit bus. Next slide. These are the steps-by-steps in English and Spanish for all the commuters and all the riders for the city of Hialeah. So they have a step-by-step process of how to get the app on their phone. Next slide. This is the dashboard that the riders and the residents can see at their house. As you see there, there's all the buses. Every point is a bus stop. The pink one is the Flamingo. The blue one is the Marlin. Next slide.
Huto, I'm sorry, just
Yes, sir.
through the chair, just real quick. So is this real time also?
Real time.
Real time? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
This will be our service message center. So this app can give us the service messages that we can do for our riders or for our city. As you see there, we have 2 messages for Independence Day, for the 4th of July. So any events that we have with the city, we can push it out through the app. And any rider, anybody who's using the app can see what's going on with the city. Also, we also have a thank you for riding the Hialeah Transit Service. Next slide, please. This is the website that anybody can use, the hialeahtransit.etaspot.net. From a home computer, you can also download it or upload the website, and you can see the map that you saw there. Next slide. This is the slide for the dispatcher. So this is what we see inside my office. As you see there, every bus has their number. On the route, we can see live, real time, if the bus is falling behind, if the bus is on time. Next slide. That is what the dispatcher is always looking at. So green is good, blue is good, yellow, not too good, red, we're falling behind. As you see there, depending on the day, the traffic, we can fall behind, we can go ahead, but for the most point, it gives the dispatcher time and minutes and location of the bus at all times. Next slide, please. This is our infotainment system that we just installed in our buses. So now we can also do advisements for the city, as Parks and Rec gave us a hand. We post all their some events. We can post anything that we need inside the bus, so we can not only, announce it inside the bus, so people can also get information, telephone numbers for us. Next slide. We can also make reports on this new app for the transit department. As you see there, more than 50% ride the Flamingo. The rest is the Marlin. Those are the 2 routes that we have in our city. So our longest route is the Flamingo, and that's the one we have most riderships coming in through. Next slide. We can also break it down by stops. As you see here, 17.4% we pick up at the Hialeah Metro Station. So as the other colors that you see there, they're a little bit minor, but our main majority is right there at the Hialeah Metro Station, where we pick up all our riders and our commuters and get them to where they need to go in the city of Hialeah.
Where's it? I'm sorry, Huto. So the 17.4% and the 11.6, those are both Hialeah Metro?
The 11.6 is, if you look at it, it's supposed to be like non-riders. So if the bus picks up something where it's not on location, it also takes that percentage into account.
Okay.
So if you look at the 17.4 and you go down to the color, you'll see the Hialeah Metro Station.
Yeah.
That's the one that really counts.
Okay.
Let's say there's a stop right in front of the Metro Station. That can be considered either in the Metro Station or out. That's why it's almost the same color.
Okay.
Okay. Next slide, please. This time, I would like to give a special thanks to the departments that help us make this possible. City Clerk Office for helping us out, the IT department for helping us out, Parks and Rec, special events, and last but not least, the Hialeah Transit personnel. Without them, this would have not been done. And I think after the beta testing that we had this past month, everything looks good. Any questions?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, first, we should also be thanking him, because he tackled this issue. And this is a product of conversations that we were having. I think part of modernizing our system and getting it to a level that people can, when you plan transit, you need to be planning in advance, And this will allow folks to be able to understand where their bus is at and then be able to interface with that. Playing on the app, and I would encourage you to download it. There is connectivity to other systems, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I think the county's on here also, isn't it?
No, the county,
Not
we send our link to the county, so they're gonna update their website, their app with our new route system and all that.
Okay, all right. So for the transit user to be able to predict when the Metro Rail is coming or Tri-Rail is coming, to be able to plan their trip, to be able to also plan their trip where it interfaces with the county system. Very, very critical, super important, and really thank you, Justo, for taking this on. And I think we're just a step closer, right, to improving the
Correct.
transit experience.
We're one step closer to our master plan of making transit as the best that we can right now for the riderships and for the residency in the city of Hialeah.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justo.
Through the chair,
Yes, sir.
Director, just a quick couple comments. I'll try to channel my inner Zogby since he's not
No
here. I
problem.
think it's a wonderful app, definitely a step in the right direction, like the mayor said. My concern is that I downloaded the app and it seems like it's not optimized for the latest version of iOS. So it looks like an older kind of software.
Okay.
So I saw here one of the reviews was like extremely terrible, extremely glitchy. You know, the interface is a little cluttered, agonizing and unreliable. I guess like in the beta testing, that wasn't an issue.
In our beta testing inside our office, we had some connectivities, but remember, this was an app that we never had a geofencing around our city. So this is,
Okay.
we had to geofence our full city and every stop in the city.
Right.
So after that, that was one of our, that we had to fine tune for this past month.
Right.
For the geofencing, but connectivity might be your phone, it might be the system that you're running on your phone.
Right.
We've ran already several clients of ours, riderships that have ride every day. They haven't had any problems and I have not heard anything at all.
Okay, awesome. And so the other thing was, now that we have all this kind of hardware now on the buses and all that, will we be able to also implement like this same kind of information on Google Maps? Because that's kind of like the gold standard, I guess, of travel. Like I remember
The county has requested information from the Hialeah Transit.
right,
I've supplied them with a GIS report.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see what they need back from us so we can, collide with them. And remember, Miami-Dade Transit, Hialeah Transit, we all work together here in the city.
yeah, because I know, for example, like if you travel around Europe or whatever, even in the United States, they'll update, Google Maps will update like where the bus is or where the train is. It's the
Okay.
same idea, it's just through Google Maps integration.
Well, with Google, I don't know if there's a subscription for that, but I know for us, for this app is what we're paying for, and this is
Right.
just solely us. If you go to the agency,
Right.
select our agency, this is what you're gonna see.
Gotcha. Okay,
Okay?
understood. And just the last little things, how much is it that this was, the app? Like
The whole system,
yeah,
for this year, it was 240.
1,000, okay,
Yes, but remember, this year alone is the hardware, the installation, everything. Next year, it goes down to 60,000.
60,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Which, once again, gets provided by CITT funding, which is your half penny taxes at work.
The 14%, I think, or whatever number it was that we pick up from Hialeah Transit Station,
Yes, Metro Station.
Metro Station, is there I guess a plan or a vision to also pick up at the other stations? So we have Okeechobee, Metro Transfer and
We,
Tri-Rail.
we have looked into it in the past. It's something just trying to go to two different locations. If it's the location that we picked in the middle, that's the reason why we picked the Hialeah Metro Station.
Mhm.
It is the stop in the middle. So if you're right in the Metro rail, instead of stopping one stop before the Metro, stop at the Metro. And if you're heading one more from Okeechobee, just go one more and you get to the Metro, and we have all our buses there ready for you to go. So it's more feasible for us to pick at the Metro in the heart of the city of Hialeah,
Mhm.
downtown city Hialeah, than any place else. Logistically and safety wise, Okeechobee is a little tricky because as you know, city kind of cuts that way. So we get the Okeechobee traffic where the Metro Station, we don't get that traffic. So it might take us longer just to go to that station to pick up the riders than it is to go into the Metro Station where it's just a sharp turn and then we can exit
And
out.
for the transfer station, the Tri-Rail Metro Transfer Station
Mhm.
on 25th Street. Is there like also the same issue or with the bus?
Like I said, you can stop there, just you're one stop away. So if you're already on the Metro Road, just go one more stop.
Just for example, like we've approved, I don't know, what is it, 10,000 units in that kind of area, so.
Correct.
I
Well,
think, I
that's-
think Tri-Rail is actually gonna be running they're already running the express train trials.
Right.
From that station to downtown, 15 minutes, no stops. So I don't know, I think if you're gonna live in that area, you probably be a good idea.
Well, we're close enough through the highway transit. We go down La June. So you're about a couple blocks away.
Yeah.
2 blocks away to be exact. We also have the on-demand that once again can take you from places where our transit system does not reach. Grab the on-demand, hit the main avenues, and once again, you get on our system.
Right.
And that's all about transportation, is to get the person from point A to point B.
Right.
So literally, if I have to redirect the transit bus that way, once again, it's at the border of the city where I have to go into another city to make the turn to come back into our city limits.
Yeah, I saw in the updated map, like we go into Hialeah Gardens, I think quite
Correct.
extensively.
Right.
I was
Hialeah
curious
Garden
about that.
pays us for the service,
Okay,
and that's our sister city. They've been with us for, I'm gonna say for the past 20 years. Our route has gone into.
okay,
So it
so
helps our
Hialeah,
commuters, go into their city. As you know, they have the super Walmart there. So it helps our commuters and it helps them also in their city.
okay. All right,
Okay.
well, look, I think in the end, I think it's a step in the right direction. Hopefully, all the kinks can get worked out and, I
Oh.
applaud you for. the
So far,
initiative.
we haven't had no kinks. Like I said, most of the things that we did in our last month was, minor in-house operations that we needed to fix. The geofencing was one of the biggest hurdles that we had to do. Just so the transit buses get picked up in the location, and when they get passes through the stop, they can get notified that it got stopped there. That was our biggest hurdle.
Okay,
Through the chair, one last question.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Huto, just, and you probably brought this up before, but just maybe later on, you could send me like an email or something like that on average wait time for the bus. So like, do we capture that data as far as what is the average wait time per stop?
With the new app now, we have a report that I can produce, telling what's the wait time on the bus. Wait time on a bus stop varies. If there's a traffic accident, I can be delayed.
Yeah.
If it's 5 o'clock rush hour traffic, I'm definitely gonna be in the yellow or red.
Yeah,
Everybody just wants to go home.
yeah.
They hit the street. One of our safeties is always our transit has to go on the right side of the road. There's no swerving, there's no passing a car. We work with safety in our transit department. We want our buses to get there. If we're behind, we're behind. If you're a rider and you want our transit system, you're gonna wait. You understand?
That's right.
It's something that you need our system. We're gonna be there, but also at the point of times in the morning, we're probably gonna be advanced in the blue. Probably in the afternoon, we'll get a little bit yellow. Once that dies out, we'll go back to blue again.
Huto, and with this new platform, we're able to capture this data though, right?
Yes, we're
Okay, so
able to
it'd be
catch
good, yeah.
multiple datas. We also have an automatic people counter in there, so we can get an average of how much riders come in and out of the buses.
Yeah.
There's a couple more things that we need to do with the drivers, more training for my drivers.
Mhm.
So they can get more fluent with the system, but overall, with the reports, how the system works right now, I can produce reports to see what the riders is, the wait time, I can do playback.
Yeah, maybe in a couple months, we'll go back and we'll trend. And then just to your knowledge, at a high level, have you seen utilization go up though? Ever since we've been making some of these changes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Our count as of last month, which I just brought that just in case, was a total of 327,087 people that rode our transit system as of the month of July, July, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So we have been an average of January 31,000, February 31,000, March was 38,000, April was 32,000, May was 37,000, June 33,000, and July 31,000.
Yeah.
So by the average of our census, we have 255,000 residents, more or less, or more.
Mhm.
We're picking up way above that.
Yeah.
And that's not including the on-demand system that we have that helps us bring the residents from the locations where we travel to bring them into the main avenue so we can get them around.
Oh, you've been transforming this department, man.
Thank you,
Appreciate
sir.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other words, Councilman? Justo, real quick, from the Flamingo and the Marlin, how long does it take to do the full route from east all the way west, you would say, or
The
the entire
Flamingo,
route?
the Flamingo in the morning, it's about an hour and 50 minutes. We have 157 stops on that route. On the Marlin, it's about an hour and 55 with 167 stops on that route. Once again, rush hour traffic, 5 o'clock. We're looking around 2 hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes, 2 hours and 20. Most of the time at that time, 10 o'clock is hot for us. From 10 o'clock to about 12 noon, 1 o'clock. Then it dies down and then it picks up again at 5 o'clock when people go home. And it runs to about 6, 7, and then it shovels down again. We can get back on time.
Okay,
And that's the norm for all transit.
yeah,
I've talked to Miami-Dade
The
County about
average.
it. I've talked to other cities about it. And it's just, you know, like I said, we can't pass cars. We're always on the right side of the lane. We have to be safety first.
Mhm.
We have to stop. You know, we're not gonna be going swerving in and out of traffic. It's just a constant pace.
And this information, or do we have it when the riders get on the bus so they know that there's an app? Is there something visually on there?
We are passing it out on the bus as of this month. So every driver is getting a packet of 25 and start passing it out. I have the city clerk office, which is gonna do me a favor. She has the pamphlets here for us. Anybody that comes to the city clerk can pick one up. And I asked Miss Vivian right now to please for the casino to pass out pamphlets there. So we can have pamphlets. I'm gonna also sit up with the TPO from the county, try to do like a fair event for transit. They have been telling me to join their fair. But I wanted to have our pamphlets ready. I wanted to have the information on the website correctly. I wanted everything up to date. So when I pass out the new information, everything's up to date.
Thank you so much, Justo, for
Thank
everything
you.
that you do. We appreciate it.
Have a nice night.
All right, any other questions, council? Moving on to item B, please.
The mayor and the members of the city council recognize the Hialeah firefighters who helped deliver a baby on June 27th, 2023.
All right, well, I would first like to begin by saying that we've all been watching the news and we've seen what's happened to mental health illness, right? That's among us with our public servants. And my heart goes out to our director from Miami-Dade County, Freddie Ramirez, and his family for what they're going through. I think what these men and women witness on a daily basis, we take for granted that they see this day in and day out. And it's moments like this when we have a nice story that we have to really honor that and etch that into our hearts, because that's what allows them to move on, right? They see a lot that we don't see. So as soon as this came out, I got wind. There's 2 particular cases that this happened throughout the city. I'm going to discuss one that I wrote down for those of you that are in the audience that maybe might not know. But tonight before you, we wanted to honor the incredible efforts that the Hialeah Fire Department did with its firefighters. These courageous individuals truly exemplify what it means to be selfless and dedicated public servants. In June, we had an extraordinary case unfold when a couple arrived at Hialeah Fire Station 9. And thank you to some of the council members that sit up here that advocated to have that fire station open, and to our mayor that supported that. The mother's water broke, and instead of them braving the rush hour traffic, their instinct drove them to stop at their local fire station. As their car pulled up in the parking lot, these on-duty firefighters sprang into action. In a moment of urgency, they utilized their skills and knowledge to assist in delivering a baby right there in the safety of their vehicles. Tonight, we gather here not only to celebrate that safe arrival of that baby, but also to recognize the efforts these firefighters and that team went above and beyond the call of duty. Exceptional professionalism, compassion, and expertise, they were able to witness the miracle of and ensure this joyous moment that became etched in the hearts of everyone that was involved and us that have the privilege of hearing it. In addition to their swift response, the team took it upon themselves to then visit that family at the hospital. These men and women brought them gifts, including diapers and presents for that baby. It's these acts of kindness that truly make a difference and that highlight the profound impact that our firefighters have on our community. Tonight, the mayor and I propose a special recognition for these remarkable individuals. Let us present them with these certificates acknowledging their exceptional skills, their unwavering dedication, and their ability to bring light into the lives of citizens during these hardships. From the words of the mother, she said, "I'm so grateful that these first responders for being there. It was really magical and a blessing of an experience. I'm forever grateful to all of them," she said. Tonight, we're here and we come together as a community to express our gratitude for these Hialeah Fire Department and their exceptional firefighters. Let us not only recognize their bravery and their dedication tonight, but also ensure that their remarkable story inspires future generations of firefighters to continue serving our community here in the city of Hialeah. And the same level of compassion and professionalism is an example of their efforts that night. So thank you so much. Please, if you could come up, and Fire Chief, if you would like to say some words on behalf of your brave department. Okay. We also had a second call that happened, I believe, in April, so it was 2 months prior to that. And I hereby recognize and congratulate this patient and excellent rescue incident that happened on Friday, April 7th. This rescue team 5 responded to a 27-year-old female that was being treated for hypertension. When engine 5 showed up upon the arrival, her complaint was abdominal and pelvic pain. Throughout the assessment, the patient denied possibility of pregnancy. She continued to complain that she had pelvic pain from the hospital. And finally, she felt something that was coming out. Upon the exam, the crews were able to see the head of a baby and immediately stopped the rescue truck and prepared for the imminent birth. Crews successfully helped the young mother deliver her baby. Initially, the infant was slow to respond, but with an aggressive stimulation from the team, the baby began to respond appropriately. As EMS responders, we're challenged with complex patient care situations. We pride ourselves with delivering the best patient care possible, finding a workable solution as part of what we do to handle our ever-changing dynamic patient and work environments. Your ability to effectively problem solve, critically think, and apply strong decision-making skills with firm grasp of EMS protocols was superb. You successfully helped manage not only the treatment of one patient, the mother, but the second surprise patient, a baby boy. You subsequently transferred both of them to the appropriate facility for further care, benchmarking our quality of care and identifying areas of performance excellence are to be appreciated and recognized. The Hialeah Fire Department thanks you for your outstanding job you did and do every day. This certificate shows how much we appreciate the fine job you perform and the pride we all take here in making a difference for citizens that we serve. Thank you. Keep in mind, it matters of pride. This is going to be presented on behalf of the fire chief as well, and a separate certificate from the mayor, myself, and the council members. So thank you. Let's all give them a round of applause. Does it work? Am I on? You hear me? Yeah.
It's working.
With the job of firefighting, you always see the highs and lows. This is one of those that you see beginning of life, something that's incredible. You know, the wonderful part about being a fireman, like I always say, is you're a jack of many trades. You know, one moment they were running a fire scene, a car accident, the next moment they have a baby in their hands with this thing into this world. So I appreciate my men. I'm very proud of my men and women of this fire department. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
I have one question. Who said it's a boy? Anybody? Everybody say we have. Good.
It's also named after the guy who did it.
Oh, there we go.
I'll go home.
Oh, that was- All right, so. Mayor? You want to do something? I have.
Lieutenant Harold Estrada.
I have to catch up. We have one too. Yes. You wanna have the meeting? Sure. Yes, the April 7th. Oh, this is the surprise baby.
We have firefighter Wilkie Celestine.
Firefighter Vicky. Abden Al Castillo. You will- Firefighter Jose Cabal. Firefighter Darwin. Firefighter Whitehead. Or up. Oh. Can you take a picture?
Bravo.
Is that going to figure out?
All right. We're moving on to the comments and questions portion of this meeting. If there's anyone within council chambers or online that would like to speak at this time. Yes, ma'am.
If you say that in Spanish, there's a gentleman that would like to make a comment, but maybe he didn't understand.
Si hay alguien que quiere hablar en este momento, tenemos 3 minutos en esta porción de la agenda donde permitimos que hablen y den sus preguntas si tienen alguna duda. Good evening. No one stood up, so I don't think there's anybody else. I think. Is there somebody else that I'm not aware of? Is there someone online? No? Melissa, Catherine, can you ask any of them if they want to, he wanted to speak? Okay. ¿Usted quiere venir a hablar, señor? Sí, vamos, este es el tiempo. Se permite 3 minutos hablar. Si tiene alguna pregunta o comentario, este es el momento que tenemos en la agenda para las personas que están presentes. Adelante, lo que sí le voy a pedir que por favor me dé su primer nombre, su apellido y su dirección. Is the microphone on?
Dirección 1150.
Néstor.
Mi nombre es Néstor Altabán.
Néstor Altabán.
Proveyer Derich.
Okay.
Proveer Gel.
Proveyer.
Proveer.
B-E-Y-R, Proveyer Derich.
Okay.
Vivo en 1155
1155
West
West
77 Street,
77th Street,
apartamento 303C,
apartment 303C,
Hialeah, Florida,
Hialeah, Florida,
33014.
33014.
Señor, si quiere hablar en español, no hay ningún problema. Lo que tenemos que tener la muchachita aquí que te lo va a decir en inglés, ¿ok? Eso le
Bien.
tienes que permitir un tiempo para que ella te lo pueda traducir.
Muchas gracias.
Sí.
Bueno, le decía que era residente en Hialeah por más
I was
de-
saying I was a resident for the city of Hialeah for more
de 15 años.
than 15 years.
Soy periodista,
I am,
poeta,
¿puedes repetir?
poeta,
I am a poet.
artista plástico.
I am a art of plastic artist.
Y actualmente trabajo en un supermercado.
At the moment, I work in a supermarket.
Estoy retirado
I am retired
con $511.
with $511.
La petición que voy a hacer ahora,
The petition I am doing at this time,
quiero aclarar que no tiene ningún
I want to clear that it has none
acciones ideológicas,
action,
acciones,
any actions,
Ujú. Sí.
sino de Estado de Derecho.
if not the state of the right.
En estos momentos,
In this moment,
los inquilinos,
los
Tenants.
tenants,
estamos en manos de los propietarios de viviendas
we are in the hands of the property owners
y condominios
and condominiums
que imponen su voluntad a su libre albedrío,
that ¿puedes repetirlo?
que hacen lo que le da la gana.
They do what they
Whatever they
want.
want.
Estamos en una situación completamente difícil.
We are in a very tough situation.
Este agosto, hace
This
2
August,
días, me subieron la renta a $1,600.
they raised my rent to $1,600.
Pero me pregunto, de
But I
aquí
asked
a
myself,
4 meses, ¿cuánto será?
from here to 4 more months, how much more will it be?
No tiene límite.
There's no limit.
Solamente una tibia
Only a warm
ley aprobada
law
por
approved
esta ciudad en
by
el
this city.
2020
But in 2020
le pide que nos avise con 2 meses.
that provides the
Digo,
property owners to
¿Hasta
advise us
cuándo
with 2 months.
podremos pagar nosotros la renta?
Until when can we continue paying this rent?
¿Tendremos que ir a la calle?
Would we have to go to the street?
Es muy, muy difícil.
It's
Por
really,
otro
really
lado,
hard.
las cuestiones de acciones para paliar esto, plan 8, casi tienes que ser vagabundo para clasificar.
To qualify for Section 8, you pretty much have to be homeless to qualify.
Entonces todo sube.
Un minuto adicional, como ya lo está interrumpiendo, pero para que terminen.
Bueno, básicamente
Basically.
esa es mi petición, porque se puede ver y buscar
Basically, that is my petition.
equitativamente los derechos de los propietarios, pero también de los inquilinos. En estos momentos, los inquilinos, como tienen más demanda,
Since the property owners
que
have more
más
demand,
oferta
more
que
offers,
demanda, ellos están haciendo simplemente, perdonen la palabra, lo que les da la gana.
they are doing as they want.
Gracias por escuchar.
Thank you for listening.
Muchas gracias, señor. Nosotros sí hemos hablado sobre ese tema y parte de lo que hizo el condado de avisar con 3 meses que iban a subir la renta. Nosotros aquí en la ciudad de Hialeah también pasamos algo, una ley así en nuestra ordenancia también. Pero es algo que de verdad nosotros no tenemos control al sector privado, ¿no? Y por eso nosotros tenemos diferentes maneras que estamos hablando con diferentes personas que trabajan en nuestro gobierno estatal para traer fondos a hacer edificios de bajos recursos. Pero el gobierno local de verdad no tiene ningún poder en el propietario privado. Okay, we're moving on. Anybody else that would like to speak?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Just on that last point, I don't know whether to say it in English or Spanish. The 60-day ordinance that we passed is not effective anymore. The legislature passed part of its series of laws that they passed this legislative session prevents any municipality or county from enforcing those kinds of increased notice periods. So the only thing you get is what originally existed under state law. So our ordinance is invalid. But aside from that, I think we can impact a little bit more than I think you're letting off. And the way we impact is the kinds of developments that we continue to approve, whether they be luxury developments that will drive up the market in Hialeah, or whether they're going to be more of the affordable housing or the smaller projects style housing. So I do think that we do have some impact. Unfortunately, I think you're right in saying that, for his case personally, there's not much that we can do. And that's just an unfortunate thing of the state of affairs of everybody moving to South Florida.
When we had something to do, we passed it and now it's null and void. But when we had the ability, we tried. All right, moving on. Anybody else that would like to speak? You know the drill. First, last name, address.
Juan Santana, 5601 West 10th Avenue, Positive Hits. How are you guys? Hello, Mayor, Councilman, Councilwoman. How is everybody doing this evening? Has been a while, been very busy. Basically, we have a nonprofit organization that we've been, food distribution. We do book bag events and stuff like that. We've been around since 2016, and we do stuff all over the county. So Renee Whiteboy, he's the Hialeah champ. He's been featured on Netflix, on everywhere. So he's always represented Hialeah to the fullest. And one of the things that we done it back in, I think, 2017 is a book bag event. And then we're asking to see if we're allowed to do it again. We want to do it in the, one of the worst neighborhoods that actually is the greatest need is Seminole. And we always go out and we usually do it there. So, I'm just here today asking permission, to see if we could do that, Mayor and Councilman. And any of you guys are invited to come. I think we have, how many book bags we have this time? All right, so we're gonna have, well over, we got 50 now, we're gonna pick up more. What is it called? So we're in the process of getting more, and then we just, again, wanted permission to do that. We wanna have haircuts for the kids. County and Fate comes out and always help out, and always represents 100. And again, we're trying to make sure to have a great relationship with the city and do things the right way. Not like prior administrations and stuff like that. We're under a new administration. So we're trying to do things the right way, and
At least I'm trying.
yeah, exactly.
What's the date of the book?
We want to have it for this Saturday. Basically it's not even 3 hours, because what we do is we show up to the location. The barbers are there. We make sure everything's clean. We pick up garbage before we get there. And after we leave, we make sure everything's clean. And we go out, we knock on the doors. We let the parents know that we're having book bags. We have the kids come out. We make sure they get their haircuts and they're ready to go back to school.
Where is it that you're planning on doing it? Like at a church or
We
at
usually
a
do it-
school?
We usually do it at Carson Park, the one on 25th Street. We usually do it there.
All right, if you just call my office tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
We could hook you up with Willie. We could go ahead
Okay.
and figure that out. Only thing I would just add, the residents of Seminole wouldn't agree with you that it's a bad neighborhood. It's a good neighborhood.
Mayor, I'm talking about, I've been here all my life. I'm just, just.
That was
me
back in
dealing
the
with
day, maybe.
Back in the day,
Ain't
Mayor,
like that no more. So
Hialeah kid through and through. So
I hear you. Right. So just if you could connect
Yeah,
with my
we'll-
guys, we'll fix you up and make sure you have access to the park.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Sure
Appreciate
thing.
it. Thank you.
Thanks for doing what you're doing in the
Yes,
community.
thank
Appreciate it.
you. All right, wonderful. Anybody else that would like to speak before the dais?
Good evening, Dias, Hialeah City Council, everyone else.
Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record, please.
First name Elias, last name Montes de Oca, address 684 West 63rd Drive, Hialeah, Florida 33012.
All right, sir, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you so much. Now, The point of my conversation has to do with mental health, has to do with the police force, and it has to do with public safety. The information I want to give y'all is suggestions or different pathways that I've been looking into bettering the 911 call center situation and how it has actually so much to do with the rest of the city as far as its systemic procedures. As of late June 2023, we had 33,219 unanswered calls, according to the Miami Herald, where almost 7% of all Hialeah's emergency calls. Now, my opponent for this upcoming election, Monica Perez, said, "You're complaining with a list of complaints, but you have not said one solution." So I'm here to provide you guys some solutions. Number one, provide the people of Hialeah with an independent investigation so we can assess the problems and provide necessary solutions. And we're going to go a little bit into why this is important, because number two, this could include diverting dispatches from police to first responders, such as mental health teams. For example, a local resident by the name of Jennifer Perez called 911 about her autistic son's alarming mental health episode. He's 10 years old. Unless the situation becomes life-threatening, we don't need EMT or police. We need the proper team, and such teams are already popping up all over the United States. Number three, provide an automated function to automatically transfer calls to the county and monitor this function to ensure compliance. Jorge Llanos, our police commander and director, said he didn't know how many transferred calls were answered. And this type of transparency is what we're looking for, so we can identify problems and offer solutions. We might just find out that we're burdening our county. And the whole point on this is transparency, which is why we have to have common sense responses to tackle not so difficult to understand issues. I also appreciate the city's initiative to hire more people and to increase benefits, and I really do think that this is a step in the right direction. Therefore, just to recapitulate, I want you guys to consider an independent investigation so that we can see where the problem went wrong and offer systematic solutions that will safeguard us from this happening again. I want us to increase pathways to alleviate demand and ensure that the proper resources are granted to each person's emergency response. This will also, again, alleviate our police, which right now are burdened. And right now we need more money in order to sustain our police. And it's difficult a little bit with our population density as well. And lastly, we need to create a function to track how many calls remain unanswered after they've been transferred so that we can continue on analyzing this process and see if we are burdening county and if these calls are being responded to. Sadly, for the mother of the autistic boy, after 3 calls, she still had no response. Thank you so much for your time, and I yield my time to the dais.
Well, I will refrain from debating at this forum because that's completely inappropriate as an opponent. However, I'm happy to see that you're here because we haven't seen you at any meetings or any other city event. So I'm glad that you made it out. However, you missed a point because you were not in attendance, I believe, in that meeting where our police department said that there isn't a crisis. And I believe you missed also a lot of the points. I think you were quoting something from the news or the Herald, but you missed the point when we discussed different statistics throughout the county, throughout different municipalities where Hialeah came in the lowest rate of unabandoned calls. And I think you also missed the point that you don't know the definition of what unabandoned call is through dispatch. So I will forgive you for that, for not being present in the last meeting, but thank you for voicing your concerns tonight. Is there anyone else that's present here that would like to speak before the dais? Okay, moving on. We're moving on to the portion of our meeting where we have our announcements and amendments and corrections to the data. Madam Clerk, can you please read them?
Consent item I is withdrawn from the agenda. And items PZ1, PZ4, and PZ5 are postponed until September 12th, 2023.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Board appointments, I'm happy to see some of these names that are here, and I believe we have some in attendance tonight here. 9A, please.
Proposed resolution appointing Evan M. Gonzalez to the Youth Advisory Committee for a 2-year term ending on August 8th, 2025.
All right, wonderful. And I see that Evan is here with his proud father. And we're very happy to have him involved. This is a family that's always been involved in our community, that always comes to back to school events, that gives out things for Christmas. They're no stranger to the city of Hialeah. And I'm happy to see that your son is following in your footsteps. I am proud to nominate him, and I ask my council members to please give a vote of confidence for Evan to be on our youth advisory board. Like I expressed our last meeting, we have a lot of students that moved on to college and university, so it opens the door to new members.
Motion.
Thank you, sir. I have a motion by Councilman Tundidor. Do I have a second? I have a second by Councilwoman Casals Munoz. Can I please call the roll?
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Tumnidor.
Yes.
Mr. Calvo.
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Wonderful. Item 9B, please. Congratulations, Evan.
My mayor, right?
You caught,
Evan?
oh, Mevin's your mayor?
Yes, when I say my mayor, I'm speaking of Evan.
Oh, now we know. All right, moving on. to Congratulations. Congratulations, Evan Gonzalez.
There you go, there you go.
There you go. All right, moving on to item 9B, please.
Proposed resolution appointing Maria Costa to the Youth Advisory Committee for a 2-year term ending on August 8th, 2025.
Wonderful. Is she here today? Vice President?
I guess not.
Okay.
So I guess motion.
I have a motion by Vice President Garcia Robles. Do I have a second? I have a second by Councilwoman Casals Munoz. Can we please call the roll?
Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Tumnidor.
Yes.
Mr. Calvo.
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes,
Motion carries. The item is approved.
fantastic. We're on to the consent agenda. Do I have any council members that would like to pull an item?
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Item C.
Yep. Item C. Is that it? Do I have a motion?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Item D
D as in dog.
as in dog. L as in Lima.
Give me 1 second. D, L,
X as in X-ray. And Z as in Zulu. And also Y, please. Y as in Yankee.
All right, do I have anybody else that would like to pull an item?
Motion.
I have a motion by Councilmember Tundidor. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Vice President.
Mr. Tumnidor.
Yes.
Mr. Calvo.
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes,
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The consent agenda has passed except items C, D, L, X, Y, and Z.
wonderful. Thank you so much. Moving on to item C, please.
Proposed resolution ratifying and approving the collective bargaining agreement between the Hialeah Association of Firefighters, IAFF, Local 1102, and the City of Hialeah, Florida, for a period beginning on October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2025, a copy of which will be on file in the office of the city clerk and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir?
Questions?
I have no questions. I just wanted to hear it on the record.
Perfect.
I had no
Eric
questions. I just
Johnson,
wanted to
Highway
hear it.
Firefighters Local 1102. This contract deserves a thank you. Been many, many, many years in the city where we haven't entered a long, drawn-out fight. It's filled with frustration and cost the taxpayers millions of dollars in the end. While the process was long and arduous, it paid off for both sides in the end, and more so, it paid off for the citizens because happy employees make a happier workplace. And a happy workplace spells out better service for the citizens. I want to thank the mayor for approving it. And more so recognize a couple people, not only my executive board, my vice president, Raul, Danny, my benefits officer, John Nieves, my secretary, but also the people on the city side that had to deal with me. So I'm going to apologize. It was Elsa, who sits there as the city attorney and wears about 15 different hats, and she deserves credit for wearing those different hats. She's worked hard as an HR director and now filling in as the city attorney, the interim city attorney, which is a blessing if you guys don't know. We have, is Mari Monreal, who's the chief of staff of the mayor, who was wonderful. Our finance director, who is amazing, to say the least. And I know I have caused you more frustration than anybody since you've been here, but I won't apologize. I'll just say it makes it easier for the next time. And Tim Benjamin and Tim Benjamin, thanks for keeping it real. I mean that from the heart, because that's the one thing in 20+ years that we haven't had. You know, I will, Mayor, this is going to be for you. You're a man of your word. And I'm not one to hold any punches, as you well know. You made commitments and you followed through. That's not something we're used to here. We do our job regardless. You know, we celebrate the birth of babies and stuff, but in reality, we do this every day. This is the normal for us. We'll leave a car accident, and we'll deliver a baby the same day. We'll fight a fire and we're helping the elderly lady up the stairs. But what you don't know is some of the people up here on the stage earlier is the Hialeah firefighters. We make up 80% of every single instructor in South Florida, between the medical side of EMT and paramedics to the fire side where we train everybody. That's us. That's our guys. We got the best of the best. We got gems. And slowly, I promise you, I see it, I feel it. And I've been here long enough and fought most of you long enough to know we're finally making progress. And we're going to fix Hialeah. And we will remain to be the best. But changing employee attitudes, which is better service for the citizens moving forward, we're accomplishing our goals day by day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Mayor,
Yeah, before you entertain the motion and a second, I do want to acknowledge on my side of the bargaining unit and team that worked closely with the union. They have a job to do, and I had said from day one, despite historic tensions or bad feelings, we were not going to allow that to affect what we had in front of us. I would, for those that were interested or those that were curious, we had an open door, an open book policy from day one. I instructed Ruth that we were not going to hide numbers. We're going to be very transparent. And I wanted the union to be able to have access to the numbers we had. We both understand where we want to go. And it's just a matter of how quickly can we get there. And, and that's something that we need to continue to work on. A lot has been talked about here, or some was talked about, the city, supply, demand, apartments and all that. Growth is good. Growth is good for our city. And it helps us to be able to, not only maintain what we have, build upon what we have, but recruit. And that goes for fire, it goes for police. So, I appreciate the journey. This was, it's my second negotiation, but the first one that, had some sharpening of knives going on, which I said, I told Eric, put them away. There's no need for them. But despite all the rhetoric, there was always conversation and dialogue going. I appreciate both sides. I appreciate the union and the job that they need to do. You did it well. You represented your members well, and which is your job to do. And I appreciate you understanding that on our side of the ledger, we had to speak for the residents and then find a common ground. There's still more work to be done. We still want to get to a place where our folks are coming and staying and happy that they're here, because I do concur with Eric is that content employees provide outstanding service, and we all stand on the service that they provide. They are the portal. 90% of the interactions our residents have are going to be with employees of the city, and I think we have a responsibility to get them in a good spot, always mindful of what our people can pay and afford. So thank you, and I would encourage all of you, obviously, to pass this contract.
thank you, Mayor. And I have already a motion on the table by Councilwoman Casals Munoz. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Vice President Garcia Robles. Can we please call the roll?
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles.
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you, ma'am. We're moving on to
By the way-
item I'm happy it passed.
Me too.
All right, moving on to item D, please.
Proposed resolution to enter into a mutual aid agreement with the city of Doral as a participating municipal police department to provide for the requesting and rendering of assistance for routine and intense law enforcement situations from the effective date of the agreement through September 30th, 2028, a copy of which is attached here too as Exhibit 1 and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you. Chief. Yeah, so what I wanted to ask, and I think this is great. I just wanted to get your thoughts on this a little bit deeper. I think one of the concerns, right, that we have, correct me if I'm wrong, one of the concerns with the police department is obviously retention of staff, having enough officers on the street. So my concern when I first initially read this was, you know, if we're in a situation where Doral does have an intense law enforcement situation where they do need our help and pursuant to this agreement, they call on us. Does that put at any point, you know, residents of Hialeah at risk because we're going to be taking officers that should be patrolling here to go to Doral? So that was essentially my concern.
No, anytime we assist any other agency in operations, we never leave the city without officers, without protection.
Okay.
So the answer is no.
Okay, so how would it work, just for my knowledge, I guess on a practical level, if they're chasing a suspect and they cross over to Hialeah, like.
There's so many variables. These MOUs are done between our agency and other agencies for legal purposes. But there's a million different instances in which another agency might require an operational assistance of ours or vice versa. And this just clarifies the legalities of that assistance.
Okay, so the officers essentially, they would never leave Hialeah. They would somehow be involved, but they wouldn't leave our actual.
We would
jurisdiction.
always have protection in the city of Hialeah. We won't leave the city clear.
Okay, so they would leave or they wouldn't?
They could leave, yes.
They could leave?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
okay, so they would leave, but we presumably would have enough staff.
We always maintain staffing in the city.
Right, okay, understood. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Do I have a motion on the item?
Motion.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Casals Munoz. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Rodriguez. Can we please call the roll?
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Moving on to item L.
Request permission to increase purchase order number 2023-365 issued to Action Cleaning Services, AP Incorporated for janitorial services throughout the city by an additional amount of $2,458.27 for a new total cumulative expense amount not to exceed $368,698.20. The approval of this item requires a waiving of competitive bidding since it is advantageous to the city and that it is necessary to continue uninterrupted services while the city's construction and maintenance department and the purchasing division continue working on finalizing the invitation to bid process. The funding for this expenditure will be drawn against the general fund, contractual services charged back to other department, account number 001-3230-591-341.
Good evening, sir. Councilman?
Thank you. Director, I was just looking through this. I saw there were several construction items. I didn't want to pull all of them, be facetious, but I just kind of wanted to get an understanding of, you know, some of these items that are coming before us. The one I pulled in particular, the janitorial services, I was just a little, I guess, surprised that I don't remember seeing that we contracted out janitorial services in the city, and just curious as to why. And I guess some of the other items that also, I guess the repairs of AC, there's some boom lighting that we're renting out, and I just wanted to get kind of like a big picture overview.
Okay, good evening. 900 East 56th Street, Building 1. My name is Jorge Martinez, Director of Construction. Yeah, what is happening with the PO system is that in the case of L, we have paid every 3 months to this company. This is except for the 2000 and something that is here is because we give service, extra service to the women club and to the Via Ida launch system that we have over there, that runs. In general, what is happening is that this PO that we have been opening, it doesn't take care all the project that we have done out of the previous budget approval. For example, you said maintenance, repairs, lighting, and another. Let me see which line is maintenance. We have done, for example, project for parking. In the case of McDonald Parks, we need to order a lot of lamps, LED lamps that was not previous.
I'm sorry, Mr. Martinez, can you put the microphone closer to your mouth because it's hard to hear you.
That
please.
was not previous in the budget and was needed in order to open the park at 9. What happened is that we don't have a special PO for each project in this case because we have a PO open for vendors.
Right.
Sometimes you pass the vendor because they have the materials in that case that you cannot find in other places. In the case of janitorial, was only that amount that is already paid by quarter, but in this case, this extra project that we did of cleaning was not in the previous budget that we have, and we have to ask in order that we can finish to pay that one. That had happened with Carrier, for example. We have a situation in this summer that temperature has been extremely high. When we have equipment like a specific brand, for example, Carrier, we used to buy the same equipment in order to avoid to buy adapters in the roof and in the opening that we have in the roof. When we buy more, for in this case, Carrier, we will pass that budget because we only have for a PO 25,000 or 40,000, whatever you have. When you pass for that amount, we have to come in and ask for it. It's very difficult to plan in advance what is going to happen with different commodities. In this case, AC can be repairs. When we passed the inspection, for example, in affordable houses, there was a lot of violation in the lighting system of affordable houses. Now, via IDA, the 300 buildings, we have to buy and go to the code in order to pass inspection, and sometimes that was not previous. That was not taken care of in the previous budget. Via IDA, for example, we have to redo the complete lighting system of Via IDA, and we do the complete change of the existing lighting system to LED. The same of McDonald's, we say with the 300 building that we have to update the lighting, emergency and exit signs too. In the case of the AC, how I said, this is Carrier, but it can happen with another brand. Because remember, the system that we have for PO now that you have amount of 25,000 or more, sometimes it's not enough for specific vendors. And we have to go sometimes for another brands. But when you go and change, for example, from Carrier to Train, you have to make adapters. And that adapter costs money. That's the reason that if we fail in this summer has been terrible for us. If we have, in this case, a unit that is a specific brand and we already passed the PO for that brand, we decide to go because at the end, it's going to save money. To do an adapter, it can cost $2,000–3,000. In the case of Carrier, this year we have more equipment that was completely down, and we have to order for Carrier even when we pass the PO. That's mean, when I talk to the finance department, one of the proposals that I bring is that why we don't go by commodity. Commodity will bring us the option to go to any vendor, depend on the cost, depend on the supply. Sometimes you don't find the supply for months, and we cannot have a building without AC for months. If we change to do the PO for commodity, this is going to allow us to have more flexibility when we are going to select equipment and we are going to do a project. Another thing that is not reflected here is when I have been working with Park and Recreation or any renovation that was not in the budget, we have to use construction and maintenance PO. We do not, sometimes we don't have time to do any specific PO for the project. In the case, for example, of McDonald's Park, that I work with Park Recreation, and my team changed all the light system of McDonald's Park just to open on time. And this is go to RPO. We give service to all the departments. If we are able to change the system for commodity, that will create a flexibility, not only for equipment, for service, for any product that we need. Now, you ask why we have this system, or why we have to ask for extension of the PO. I heard that this has happened before. What I am trying to do since I start to work is to be more specific and be more preventive than to be reactive. This is a reactive program. That means I have to react for what happened. I have to react for what is the emergency. My plan is to go, it never is going to be perfect. We cannot prevent the future 100%. My plan has been to do assessment in all the buildings in order that we can have a better project in the future of the maintenance of the buildings in the city. It's going to be exactly 100%, no, but it's going to reduce this request that we have at the end of the years. I have heard that this has happened before. It happened with Home Depot. Home Depot is another example that we have one account for the city. It's not the account for my department. What happened is everybody buys something, I don't know. And the financial system doesn't, the software that we have right now doesn't tell to me, hey, you have spent this amount of money because you have pending invoices. This is what you see, pending invoices that we have to pay for. And if the system we cannot improve the system, this is going to happen. More or less, but it's going to happen. I am working with the purchase department, with the financial department, and today I told also to Willie and Michael that we have to think about it, what we are going to do now with this voyage, respect with the PO. We know what we have to spend. We have an idea what we want to do. But if we don't have a specific PO per project, we're going to continue having this problem because they are going to charge to my PO or my department all the projects that are coming through.
Okay, let me, because I'm not sure if I understood the question, and I certainly not sure if I understand the answer either. So
Well,
if you
Mayor,
could
I
ask
think-
me the question.
Yeah, Mayor, I think, I guess, can we implement some of these strategies the director's talking about of going to a commodity-based PO system and being a little bit more proactive rather than reactive, I think was generally the answer.
Okay.
If we can work on implementing some of that, I think that would be great.
So, excuse me, our systems don't allow us to budget any other way than we're doing right now. That's why we need an ERP system, right? So that we can budget by commodity and look at other options. Right now, we're very limited in the amount of how we can budget. And so that's why whenever we have increases, we have to come to you over and over for those increases, right? We're hoping with a new system, we can avoid a lot of this. And the reasons that we have all these projects coming back and increasing POs is we do have a deferred maintenance program. We are catching up on a lot of the things that were not done in the past. And that's one of the reasons that you're seeing all these increases come up to you. All right, thank you.
How much of the, how much of the work that the construction department does is contracted out versus done in-house? Do you have any rough numbers?
I don't have that number. I can bring it to you.
Okay, yeah, it'd be interesting to look at for sure. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, do I have a motion on this item?
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a motion from Councilman Cabo and I have a second from Councilman Rodriguez. Thank you. Can we please call roll?
Ms. Casa Munoz?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Tunidor?
Yes.
Mr. Calvo?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Moving on now to item X.
Proposed resolution approving a relocation and reconstruction agreement between the city of Hialeah and Outfront Media LLC to provide the city with construction and operation of traditional and/or digital billboards within city boundaries and substitutes unsightly and unsafe rooftop or traditional billboards that pose legal non-conforming status, authorizing the mayor or his designee and the city clerk as attesting witness on behalf of the city to execute the service agreement attached hereto in substantial form and made a part hereof as Exhibit 1, and providing for an effective date.
Good evening, Ms. George.
Good evening.
Councilman?
Thank you. Ms. Torch, can you just walk me through basically what we're talking about here?
Yeah, we are doing this in accordance to section 74-150, that is the billboard replacement program, where you can take out 4 faces of billboards and then build a billboard in a different location at the same location with the LED technology. So in this case, they are removing 2 billboards with 2 faces each on Okeechobee Road. One of them is very unsightly, that it advertises in a very explicit way an adult store. So I'm very happy that we are getting rid of that one. And another one next to the Miami River Canal, and they are placing a new billboard at the location where the Ramada is on the Palmetto Expressway and 49th Street.
Understood. Understood. Is the lobbyist here out from meeting?
No, I don't think so.
Yes.
It's here now.
Okay. If you had anything to add or any thoughts on that. I guess, Ms. Casals, were you here back when the council kind of talked about like the signs and stuff? I remember that was like talked about a long time ago.
Thank you for the long time. You know, other than you put me in a small chair today and now you're saying, calling me old, thank you very much. But yes, I was. Yes, I was. I was around when we did the billboards and when we were doing the LEDs. And we had certain locations where we were going to allow them that wouldn't be detrimental to the residents. It had to be a certain amount of feet away from residential area. We did 16th Avenue, did 12th Avenue. I'm sorry, not 16th Avenue. We did 12th Avenue.
That is not for the billboards. That was for the LED signs that we created 2 pilot areas.
Were you
on
asking
49th
about the
Street.
LEDs or the billboards? I'm sorry.
Whatever you guys worked on, I remember. I remember that it had to do with signs, right? Generally, I don't know if they were billboards or regular signs.
That ordinance, that was not controversial. We understood that there was a new technology. So we looked for the areas where we thought it was appropriate. So that's why we designated 49th Street and West 16th Avenue. The one that maybe you think was very controversial was the one when they included the sign portion of the regulations in the code. I was not here at the time. It was like 25 years ago, but I always remember Bill Groening saying that that was difficult. So probably that is the one that was controversial.
Okay.
And I thought Vivian was not there. Well, maybe
Thank
you
you
were
for
in
that.
the planning.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, back then they didn't sell blackout curtains, but now they do.
Yeah.
Anyways.
So what, I'm sorry, your
So
question
no,
was
just
answered?
for, I guess for clarification, so this would only impact these 2 locations that we're talking about, or would this? kind
They
of-
are removing 2 billboards.
They
from
remove
this
those,
location and
they get the new
Okeechobee Road,
LEDs.
And it's a replacement program.
Right.
They are replacing these.
So every time that a billboard has to go, they have to go through this process.
Yeah, and the good thing is that you're removing 4 faces and you're getting only 2. They are LED, where they can advertise more.
Okay, understood. All right, thank you. Motion.
I have a motion by Councilman
Second.
Calvo and I have a second by Councilwoman Casals Munoz. Can we please call the roll?
Ms. Garcia Robes,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Moving on to item Y.
Proposed resolution to approve a license agreement between L3 Harris Technologies Incorporated and the city of Hialeah to provide use of a communications tower located at 14205 West Okeechobee Road in Miami, Florida, managed by L3 Harris in order to provide additional coverage for geographical area within city limits where repeaters will be utilized with existing L3 Harris combiners, and approving concurrently with this resolution is the annual lease cost of $4,800 to temporarily relocate the Hialeah Fire HQ repeater from the Hialeah Bucky Dent site to the Slurs X10 Okeechobee Road site for a term of 1 year and a total amount not to exceed $24,480 for relocating the equipment, and in substantial conformity with the agreement attached hereto and made a part hereof as Exhibit 1, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk as attesting witness on behalf of the city to execute the master services agreement and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, madam. Good evening, Chief Councilman.
Thank you. So Chief, I guess high level, what we're talking about here is we're moving the, what is it, the receiver or repeater? Okay, the repeater, we're moving the repeater from Bucky Dent to this other tower to provide coverage, what, to the annex area? Is what we're talking about?
No, the annex area currently has power. These are going into a different channel.
Okay.
Analog. So it's gonna be moving, these aren't the primary ones that are pointing toward that area. What it's gonna do, it's gonna increase the ability, so the only downside is, which isn't a downside, we do it for fires now, is once our guys respond to any call, they can still hear any call in that area. But to improve communications for fires and inside buildings and what have you, they'll go to the Alpha 9 channel, which I actually discussed with the guys earlier. If we get a fire right now, we go to fire 2. That's just a given. So once this is implemented, the guys will be prompted, any call in that area, go to Alpha 9. And the reason I'm doing that is just so that it's always.
What area?
This is going to the annexed area.
For the annex.
Right. Because of the new construction, it's obviously, we need a little more communication till the tower goes up.
Okay. All right, and then it's for a year period and with the idea of renew it, or is that when the new tower? would be
The
provided?
tower finish date, I think, was about 15 months. So
Okay.
once the towers are up, it should be no issues.
Okay.
Plus, once new construction goes in, like the new buildings, new businesses, not so much the homes, no, but the businesses, they all have to have a BDA system. So
Right.
they have to fall within certain levels of communication where you have in building. In fact, that we had a call in a freezer area, which they had difficulties, and they're working right now because that building wasn't completely open yet, so it wasn't finalized. They didn't have all what they needed as far as the BDAs. That is, they're correcting that now.
Okay, so there was a call in the annex area, what, in the industrial area?
They had a hazmat call.
Okay,
Okay, so this is a refrigeration place because of all the metals and all the interference you have within that location. It becomes difficult to communicate.
so they weren't able to communicate. in that
Well,
call.
we were able to communicate, but we had to, it became difficult. They had to basically have my guys go to certain areas to communicate. I'm sorry? Right, so this is the reason that we're going to this. Now you'll be prompted every time we get a call, you go to Alpha 9. And there should be no in-building problems till the tower goes up.
Okay, and since this is like a private tower, it's not located on city property.
This is a state tower, so we're getting a
State tower.
lease for $400 a month, which is obviously a lot cheaper
Right.
than you normally pay for that,
Okay.
to correct the problem for the next 12 to 15 months.
Councilman Calvo, just Eric Johnson, Hialeah firefighters. As we all know, I'm a very big critic of everything. But this one, we researched actually together. There is no other options for better penetration, if I may say. We will have, oh, wow, that was wrong. So we have the same problems in actually working in a bank somewhere, in a vault, in an x-ray room, in Hialeah Hospital, and Palmetto Hospital, and Palm Springs Hospital. These are common interferences that we have. This is another option, which working together, this is the only solution. There's no other workaround. We've gone so far as to call the county. We've gone so far as to call the state. We've contacted USAR on behalf of Hialeah Fire and Hialeah Police, just to make sure that we have the adequate coverage. But leasing the site from the state and hanging the repeaters that we have in place right now is not only the only solution, it's the proper solution to do it. And we would ask the council to approve it because, listen, we don't have any other options. Not that we're failing communications now, so you understand.
Okay.
We do have areas where communication's not working like it should be, but this is the solution and this is the fix, and it's the proper way to do it. That's what we got. We're the ones that penetrate the buildings on the inside. Sorry, I said it again. We're the ones that enter the building on the inside, and therefore, especially in the annexed area where we have, I'm not going to say industrialized places, but we have the refrigeration companies, we have Boeing. We are very deep inside the building
Large buildings with high.
because of the concrete structures, the steel, the building of it alone. This is what we need just to get it to work at a functional level.
Because of the construction, little by little, it starts creating interference. Within the building itself, you won't have interference once you start getting the BDAs into action, but the buildings were already there, so.
Right.
To assist in the communication.
And mind you, in the 15 months, when we get the permanent tower up, we are building for the future. That's what we're doing. And because of the work of the mayor, the council, of the mayor's staff, actually, who went to Tallahassee and lobbied for it, we got the state to pay for it for infrastructure moving forward. That's a great capital expenditure and a fix moving forward for possibly another 10 or 15 years, depending on continued development.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Do I have a motion on this item? Motion by Councilman Calvo. I have a second by Councilwoman Casals Munoz. Can we please call roll?
Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Tumidor, Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz, Ms. Garcia Robes,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Moving on now to item Z.
Proposed resolution approving an amended interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County, Florida to re-levy the 6-cent local option fuel tax for a period of 30 years, beginning January 1st, 2024, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk as a testing witness on behalf of the city to execute the interlocal agreement on an as-needed basis and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Councilman?
Thank you. I guess finance management. Is that Ruby? I guess my question is, what would happen right now if we voted against this? What would be the practical impact?
I don't have an answer for you as if we voted against it. This has been an interlocal, an MOU with the county that we've had for 30 years. And this is basically simply renewing it again. It's not only the city of Hialeah, but it's also the city of Miami, the city of Miami Beach, and Coral Gables. And so, I mean, I can research that and get back to you, but I wouldn't have an answer for you.
Okay. Yeah, so is this the same local option? I think the county, they had to ding someone
Yes.
because they didn't renew
Yes.
it on time.
Yes, and
All
so
right.
we will get our full reimbursement from the county. They are using ARPA funds to cover that gap of the 3 months that they missed. And so one of the questions the mayor had was, this is the city getting fully reimbursed, and we are.
Okay, so the way it works, high level is the county passes this local option as our governing authority. We enter into an interlocal with the county to get the refund from them, and then the residents pay 6 cents more per gallon.
Correct, and it's based on population and road improvements.
Understood. Okay.
Do I have a motion on the item?
Thank
I have a motion by Councilwoman Casals Munoz. Do I have a second? I have a second by Councilman Tundidor. Can we call the roll, please?
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Tumidor? Mr. Calvo?
No.
Ms. Casal Munoz? Ms. Garcia Robes?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
So next is our administrative items, and this one's a little bit tricky. So what I'm gonna ask is the clerk to read into the record item A, to kind of give some clarity on what item B will be. And then we'll have the representative of item B speak first. And then we'll come back to item A, which every council member should have a binder on the dais for themselves to review. So Madam Clerk, can you please read both into the record?
Item 11A, request permission to award City of Hialeah request for proposal number 2022-23-3130-36016 grounds maintenance services as follows. 1, Group 1 consisting of Artman Park, Bucky Dent Park, Senator Roberto Casas Park, Garden of the Arts, McDonald Park, and Water Park. Police Station Sector 4, Police Station Sector 5, City of Hialeah Educational Academy, Slade Park, Fire Station number 5, Fire Station number 7, Fire Station number 8, and Hialeah Trail Park, 2, SFM Landscape Services LLC. Group 2, consisting of Don Quixote Plaza, Goodlip Park, Fire Station number 3, Fire Station number 6, Grant Park, Oakland Park, Sparks Park, Wild Community Center, Police Canine Training Field, Police Administration Building, Public Works Complex, and Public Works Complex vacant lot to Visual Scape Incorporated. Group 3, consisting of Babcock Park, Blanche Morton Service Center, Bus Stop Park, Bright Park, City Hall, and Fire Station number 1, Cotson Park, Ethel Primus Park, Fire Station number 2, Fire Station number 4, Fire Station number 6, Hialeah Entrance Plaza, Hialeah High Parking Garage, Ken Mattingly Park and Circle Drive, Casey Park, Mylander Park, Mylander Center, Monument Park, Palm Avenue Fountain, Pergola Green Space, Police Station Sector 1, Reed Community Pool and Cul-de-sac, Seminola Vacant Lot, Southeast Park, Three Friends Park, UF Health Hialeah Dental Center, Veterans Park, Walker Community Center, Police Station Sector 3, 29-unit building, Daisy and Rosa Gardens, Martin Luther King Jr. Apartments, Villa Aida and Villa Aida Annex, Villa Alegría, Villa Angela, Villa Esperanza, Villa Luna, Villa Sol, and Villa Teresita to Brightview Landscape Services Incorporated to supply all labor, supervision, equipment, supplies, tools, materials, and all other necessary incidentals required to perform complete landscaping of the city's parks and facilities for an initial 3-year term beginning on October 1st, 2023, with the option to renew for one additional 2-year term.
Thank you, madam. All right, so that was reading into the record item A. This is a proposed contract that we have before us. However, through purchasing division, we have now a protest bid that wasn't selected to be a part of the top 3. That person is here today, and I would like to give an opportunity to read that item into the record and to allow that person to protest and give their side of the story. And then we'll go back to item A and have the city discuss the why.
Item 11B, Juan Carlos Hervis on behalf of Super Landscape and Maintenance, responsive and responsible bidder in response to requests for proposal number 2022-23-3130-36-016. Grounds Maintenance Services has filed a written protest with the city clerk challenging the following. 1, City of Hialeah improperly scored non-responsive bids. Number 2, City of Hialeah arbitrarily scored all bids. Number 3, the scoring method provided in the request for proposal is arbitrary, as it allows the city to reject any proposal for any reason or no reason at all.
Thank you, madam. If I could please have Juan Carlos Hervis from Super Landscape and Maintenance, the protest bidder, come before us for his representation.
Good evening, council, mayor.
evening.
Thank you. I'm Juan Carlos Hervis with Super Landscape and Maintenance. Our warehouse is at 2272 West 79th Street.
Good evening, sir. Welcome to our meeting. We would like to hear your protest bid.
Of course, thank you. So just to give you a little background on us, we've been proudly serving the city of Hialeah for 22 years. At one point or another, we've maintained every property the city has. In most departments, we were actually the first vendor the city had for grounds maintenance. Over the last 2 decades, we've seen the city progress and grow, living up to its slogan of La Ciudad Progresa. And we know that the city greatly values fairness, which is why I'm here today. Our formal protest that you have in front of you goes through all of our grievances in detail, as well as stating legal precedent for our protest. However, I'll outline the main points. As I previously mentioned, we've been serving the city for 22 years. We currently do all of the parks in the RFP except one. and as well as all the other properties in the RFP that we recently stepped in to assist the city on, during this process. However, we were scored by 2 of the 4 committee members with 10 out of 25 in the areas of qualification and 20 out of 25 in the area of experience, all while companies in business less than 10 years were given the full score of 25 out of 25. I believe that's in the protest at the end, the tally section. Also, during the committee meeting, the purchasing department incorrectly mentioned aloud that we do not have a full-time horticulturalist on staff, all while many of the other companies do not have a horticulturalist listed in their proposal. However, nothing of the sort was mentioned when the committee meeting was taking place. So my point is, it would be hard to imagine that the company doing the work for over 2 decades doesn't have the experience or the qualifications to continue doing the work outlined in the RFP. And lastly, the city had specifically requested and required the submission of financial documents. We were one of only 2 companies that complied with that requirement. So we believe that we are one of the only 2 responsive bidders. We know that these factors led all the proposals to be scored arbitrarily. And frankly, it made it impossible for us to be awarded the contract despite us being the lowest bidder. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. Do I have any questions from the dais?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
And I'm curious, obviously, to hear from Louis in a little bit, but just to get some clarification again. You're local?
Yes,
Wait, are you in Hialeah?
our warehouse is in Hialeah.
Is that your main warehouse?
That's our only warehouse.
Yeah. What's the address on that?
2272 West 79th Street. Been there for 7 years, and we were 8 warehouses down for another 10 years.
Okay. And so you've done all of our parks -1. You received the 20 out of 25 on the what was that again?
On the experience. I believe at the end of the protest is the tally sheets.
Yeah, it's just scanned.
Okay, and then so yes, I'm just gonna ask you just to make it a lot easier. So and then you're saying that some of the other organizations, they had less experience.
Yes.
And they received the full 25 on that.
Yes.
What was their experience more or less?
Well, they weren't doing all of these properties, of course, because we were, and they've only been in business for 10 years. So we viewed it as comparing apples to oranges, and one was given full score while we were not.
Okay. And then for equipment, you were ranked how much?
10 out of 25.
Okay. And all right, so I'm gonna ask Louis, and whenever everyone's done here to get a definition on that.
Yes, thank you.
And then your employees, would you, and I'm going somewhere with this, right?
Yeah,
And we'll go back to the other item, but would you say that the majority of your employees are local?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, that's all for now.
And I would add that the majority of our employee force is dedicated to serving Hialeah, whether it be parks, streets, currently housing.
Are you in any other municipality?
The city of Virginia Gardens currently.
Okay. And
the Miami-Dade County Public Schools.
So public schools and Virginia Gardens, and so Hialeah would be your biggest account?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then would you know at the top of your head, and I'll get confirmation from Louis, but the other entities, are they in other municipalities as well?
I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Any further questions, Councilman? Anyone else on the dais?
Yeah, through the chair.
Yes, sir. Please
thank-
bring the microphone a little bit closer. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair. So you answered some of my questions. Louis, question for you a second. Brightview, right? Was it Brightview? Yeah.
No, but Councilman, that's a separate item. We're right now on item B.
Gotcha. Okay.
Let him discuss that one separately, if you don't mind. Is that okay with you? We are on B. We're gonna go back to A. Is that okay with you, Louis? I would prefer for us to do it separately. Okay,
Okay, so we're gonna, okay, got it.
yeah, he'll discuss that one now.
Through the chair?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Wow, hold on.
No, sorry.
No
I was
chair,
looking at
hold.
Louis. I apologize.
No, my man. Okay.
No, never.
I have a question. I'm assuming that Louis would be able to answer. We have the on the RFP that we have all the numbers of everybody, how they qualified. Can you describe? Because I'm only seeing here like two things that were qualified, proposed qualification and proposed experience, correct? Those are the only two things that we asked.
No.
Know the criteria, if I may.
Yes, ma'am, you're recognized.
So there's the 100 points, right? The criteria is the qualifications, the proposal, professional personnel, and the type, quality, and quantity of the equipment currently owned or leased by the proposer to be utilized to perform the services pursuant to the RFP, and that was 25 points. Then you have proposer experience in providing park maintenance service in parks for similar complexity and size, that's 25 points. Then you have the proposal's total cost of services, the fee schedule, which is 50 points, and that's found in the RFP, page 13.
Okay, let me go to the RFP, page 13.
There's scans pages that have like gray columns in the middle, and it has all the different submitting firms that are there.
Okay. All right, let me look that up a minute while somebody has other questions.
Okay.
Could you just said a lot of things very quickly, and I'm looking here at the cost. So I see the total cost of service. I see the proposed experience and the qualifications, correct? But you said two others.
I think they only scored 3, right?
So the first one is the 25 points for professional personnel, the type and quality and quantity of the equipment currently owned and leased by the proposer, right? That's 25 points.
Okay,
Then
right, correct.
They
But I
received
see
24,
23 and then the total score.
25. I can't see what this one is. Who's this? Is this George Martino? What does that say? I can't see. Yeah, but I can't see what number that is.
I have this, and then total score.
cost.
That's a cost.
Yeah, I think she.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, do you have any other questions for him? Once they go through and maybe
No,
clarify?
correct. She's just clarifying
Okay.
here, but.
Is there anyone else that has a question right now for this, for Mr. Juan Carlos Heves? Anybody else?
Through the chair.
25,
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, did you have an issue with one particular company, or was it all three, or was it?
I think it was the process in general for
Yeah.
the scoring. When you, by the way, thank you for the legal team for putting this binder together. And thank you for the clerk's office for handing it to me as I came in. I reviewed it, which I believe are their, points to my protest. And I think it further highlights that it was not scored equally across the board. Our scores were significantly lower despite having equal experience, equal machinery. And I think that.
Is there any page here in the binder you'd like us to look at?
I think we can look at
I would prefer, I would prefer not to jump into that binder until our team can explain it first, please. Thank you, Councilman.
I want to jump into the binder.
Yeah, well, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna allow them first and then we'll jump into it. You'll have your moment. Has the grading system or the qualification system, the scoring system changed from previous years when you've submitted?
I don't think, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I don't think that we've done RFPs in the past. I think that they were ITBs, intent to bids. I think purchasing can probably answer that better than I
Okay.
can.
All right, if you don't mind, I would like to hear from them.
Thank you all.
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi, good evening.
Mayor, Madam President, Madam City Attorney. Okay. I'd first like to thank Mr. Hervis and his company for providing his services to the city for as long as they have. in your binder, my team, along with Lewis in the purchasing department, have put together what you'll see first is his complaint that we received. It's important to note that there are many legal qualifications that are to be determined here.
I'm sorry, Alex, can you tell
Sure.
us what page you're referring to?
I'm just giving you a lay of the land before I begin. I want to first point out, by the way, Alex Magrisso, Assistant City Attorney for the city. I want to first point out that there is a standard burden of proof that must be proven by the petitioner. The burden of proof is that the municipality in their selection of the bid acted clearly erroneously, contrary to competition, arbitrary, or capricious. It seems to me through the petitioner's complaint that his assertion is that the city acted arbitrarily and capricious. When you think about the legal phrase of arbitrary and capricious, there is case law and Florida statute that specifically defines what arbitrary and capricious means. Arbitrary decision is one that is not supported by facts or logic. The inquiry is of basic rationality. The reviewing court must consider whether the agency, and these are three factors that he has to prove, all three, has considered all relevant factors, has given actual good faith consideration to those factors, and has used reason rather than whim to progress from consideration of each of these factors to its final decision. If you find that the municipality has done those things, then we have not acted arbitrarily, we have acted with reason. So I'd like to begin. I think the best way to go about this is go through his complaint one by one, paragraph by paragraph, and address every issue that he had, and we can go through the binder in its completion. The petitioner begins his complaint on page 1, paragraph 5, where he claims that the respondent, the city of Hialeah, improperly scored non-responsive bids. Non-responsiveness is another legal term. It means that the city has decided that the bidders did not provide necessary documents that they need to provide to move forward with the bid. Now, the assertion that we improperly scored non-responsive bids is categorically false. We did not score any non-responsive bid. There were 2 bids that were deemed non-responsive. The 2 bids that were deemed non-responsive were General Mo and Rock and Rose Lawn Care. Those were deemed non-responsive by the city, by the committee, and therefore they were not scored. Now, if you move on to paragraph 6, the petitioner correctly cites our code and defines responsiveness as follows. A responsive bidder or responsive offeror means a person who has submitted a bid or proposal that conforms in all material respects to the invitation to bid or request for proposals or qualifications. We have no complaint. We have no, differentiating definition that we completely agree with that sentence. If you move on to paragraph 7, what the petitioner is claiming is that we should have found those bids to be non-responsive. But again, it is not up to the petitioner's opinion on what we find to be responsive. That is a function of city government to determine what we find and deem to be responsive. If you read, proposals found to be non-responsive may not be considered. A proposal may be found to be non-responsive because among other things, the proponent failed to utilize the required forms. The petitioner argues that that sentence creates an obligation upon the city, but he is mistaken. The word may creates discretion to the city. May is a legal term, as is the word shall. If that word would have said shall,
a proposal shall be found to be responsive, that would create a burden on the city to mandate that any of these forms that were not included, we had to find them non-responsive. That's not the case. The word may gives us complete discretion. He's completely correct. Some of these companies did not include financials. If you look at paragraph 8, the RFP, and I'm not going to read this all to you, but he bolded the word shall. The provider shall provide, the proponent shall provide the city with copies of audited financial statements. That doesn't create a necessity upon the city. That creates an obligation upon the bidder, only the bidder. If the bidder does not oblige by that obligation, then you go back to paragraph 7, where the city, at its discretion, may find those to be non-responsive. Okay. So my first
I'm
point.
sorry, Mr. McGree. So
go ahead,
just
madam.
because Madam Chair is asking, that you're reading from the RFP on page 12.
I am reading from the complaint.
Section 1.7, grounds for rejecting proposals.
Yes, madam. City
Because they
attorney.
want to be able to follow along.
It is,
If you look at the RFP on page
Madam
12.
President, do you have the complaint in front of you?
She's
Yeah.
looking.
At the RFP itself.
Itself.
Mhm. It's referenced in this complaint if you'd like to see it. So the next question is, well, if Mr. Hervis is completely correct. There were multiple, I think 2 other companies that did not provide their financial documents. So we turn to the question, what do we do at this point? At this point, the committee will determine if any of the omitted documents are material or immaterial. That's a decision made by the committee and voted on by the committee. If the committee determines that the documents omitted are material, then the committee would determine that anybody who did not provide financial paperwork would be deemed non-responsive because they omitted a material portion of the RFP that was required. However, if the committee determined that the financial statements that were omitted were not material, then they can move forward and continue and find them responsive. The only obligation on the city is that it must be done uniformly. It can't be that one company omitted their financial statements and we found them non-responsive, and then the next one did the same and we found them responsive. It has to be uniform throughout the entire process. In the case at hand, the committee determined that the financial statements omitted were immaterial because there were bonds that were produced by these companies and we found them to be financially responsible. And the committee determined that because the immateriality of the omitted documents was not necessary, that everybody would be determined to be responsive. That is why we found them to be responsive. Again, it's a function of city government. It is a function of our home rule power to determine who is responsive and who is not responsive. I would like to play for you a portion of the recording that was taken on that day where the former assistant city attorney, David Jove, who represented or who counseled the committee, gave the opinion of material and immaterial. It is at 3738.
Yes.
It's loading.
Recommendation to council?
I mean, for the purpose of this, you're talking about SFM, correct?
Yes.
So for the purpose of this proponent or bidder, the determination is because financials were not submitted as required by this RFP. Does that mean that SFM is not responsive? Which would, as you just did before, eliminate SFM from consideration, or you can take it, if you determine otherwise, into responsibility. All I'm suggesting is that financials are, if this committee determines something because it wasn't submitted that makes the bidder unresponsive, that would be across the board. It's not one, but not the other.
So I motion that financials not disqualify any of the proposals.
Agree.
Can I get a second? Can I get a second?
I agree.
Okay.
So as you heard, the chair of the board of the committee determined that the missing financials were immaterial. It would not make a company not responsive to not have them. Therefore, I completely reject the theory that we scored non-responsive bids. We only scored responsive bids, two of which were deemed non-responsive. The other four were deemed responsive. I'll move on to his second assertion, which begins on paragraph 12. Even assuming the respondent could get past the threshold issue of responsiveness of bids, respondent arbitrarily scored all bids. For example, when we move on to paragraph 13, petitioner's bid received a score of 10 out of 25 for its qualification for some committee members. I'd like to move to the binder that we've completed for you. If you go to, we can start with their licenses and number of personnel. This goes towards their qualifications. If you go to page 49 of the binder, we can begin there. On page 49, we've kind of done a summary for you, beginning with super landscape and maintenance. And you can see that the lists of certifications that they carry and the number of personnel of who carry those certifications. For super landscape, it was 4 people who carried certifications in different subject matters listed on the left side. Down, you can go to SFM. They had about 15 to 20 people who carried certifications. And then if you go to page 50, Visualscape had about 30 people who have certifications in various different subject matters. If you move on to page 51.
Alex, what about?
Go ahead, sir.
I mean,
You're recognized.
so thank you. So we have super landscape, we have SFM, and we have Visualscape.
Yes, sir.
What about, I thought we had somebody else. What about Brightview?
This is a different group. These are the only, there were different bidders for different groups. Brightview was not a bidder on this section, on this group.
Oh, they were.
Right, they're only protesting group
They're only
one.
protesting group one.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah.
So if you move on to page 51, it'll show you what 51 and 52, you'll see the document that we received from the petitioner. This is his capacity to perform. This is the only thing that we received regarding this section. We weren't given any certifications included with this, just that they had certifications. If you move on to page 53, SFM, they provided all their certifications in depth from pages 50. They're not numbered, I'm sorry. But you can go to page 64, 53 through 64 of certifications that they listed. Visualscape starts on page 64, and they listed a plethora of certifications as well from page 64 through page, I'm sorry, 78. If you have any questions on those, I'm happy to answer. And give me 1 second. So that is the licenses and the number of personnel that they maintain. If you'd like to move on to equipment, we can move on to equipment on page 79. This is a list of equipment that was included with the bids themselves. You can see Super Landscape, the petitioner. He listed his equipment here. There are 24 tractors. I would say just by looking at it, approximately 40 to 50 pieces of equipment. This goes to their capacity to perform. If you move on to page 82, we go to SFM, and this is everything that they provided. All the trucks, they have 36 pickup trucks, 3 trailers, 2 loaders, 4 water trucks, and it goes on for pages 37 and 38 on the bottom there. And then if you move on to Visualscape, they include all their equipment as well, including pictures. And then on page 90, you'll see where they list equipment, and it's over 200 pieces of equipment that they list. If you move on to page 120 of the binder where we discuss references, you can see all their references, the government entities, and this is what they provided for us. So they provided the city of Hialeah and then 2 private entities. You can see SFM has the city of Coral Gables, city of Miami Beach, city of Doral, town of Miami Lakes, and their private entities include Baptist Health System and Homestead Miami Speedway. Visualscape, their government entities include town of Cutler Bay, city of Hialeah, village of Pinecrest, the Florida Department of Transportation, Miami-Dade Aviation Department, and Jackson Health Systems. If you continue on to page 122, you'll see there, actually go to page 124. You can see the current, they listed 3 current employers and the contract value per employer. The city of Hialeah for $260,000, who is by far their highest paid employer, then Faro Development for $80,000, Advanced Management Solutions for $50,000 per year. On page 125, they've listed cities that they've worked with below and other government agencies and private agencies that they've worked with below. If you compare that to SFM on page 126, starting at 126, you can see their current employers are the city of Coral Gables. I think they included, 1 second. But they didn't include Louis, did they include, okay. Baptist Health, Miami Lakes and Homestead, City of Doral, City of Miami Beach.
Okay, I think we've gotten enough information through here. Is there any questions? That
Madam
we have?
President, if I
Yes.
may do one for the experience, I think it's an important,
Yes.
I think it's very
I know we're
important
on the last tab, right?
to go to experience.
Okay.
Because it was another point that he made. So I'd like to point out that his claim that one of the, and I think it was Visualscape. So if you go to Visualscape on page 109, where the claim is that they've only been in business for 10 years. That's correct. The business itself has been around for 10 years, but it transformed from a second, it's a father-son company. It transformed from a second business. If you look on page 113,
20 years, right?
113, Villa and Son Landscape Corporation from 1984 to 2011. And then in 2011, the company became Visualscape. So it's approximately 40 years of experience, not 10.
Thank you for clarifying that. And just to go back on one of his points, prior to this this request of us giving permission, awarding these 3 different companies, this company was handling all these properties on their own. They were the only one that was handling all these different RFPs that we've divided within 3 groups.
Louis.
Okay. And is there a reason why we aren't giving it all to one company, that we're dividing it amongst 3 different companies? What was,
That would be a question for purchasing.
is it that they don't have enough manpower? Is it, what is it? Why are we?
Good evening, Michael Festa, Deputy Director of Parks and Recreation. The reason we wanted to split up the city into 3 regions and award it that way is to create redundancy with the vendors. So if a vendor can't provide a service for whatever reason, we have a number 2 to go to.
Backup.
Yeah. The bid had a mechanism that if one vendor came in the lowest or the most responsive in all 3 zones, there would have been additional discounts on their pricing, which the vendors provided in their proposal.
So how were they awarded each of their landscaping properties? How did Brightview get the majority of, I don't know, housing, and how did we divide it?
So we divided it by region. So you have zone 1 is more in the north and west. Zone 2 is in the middle of the city, and then zone 3 is the southern half of the city.
Okay, and are all 3 of these companies based locally? Brightview, Visualscape, SFM, are they all local companies, or are any of them in other parts of Florida?
They're all within South Florida, not Hialeah, but within South Florida itself.
None of them are in Hialeah.
Well, Super Landscape, I would have to go back and look, but they're all in South Florida. If I'm not mistaken, they're all in Miami-Dade County.
Are they?
I would have to go back and double check, but yeah.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am, you're recognized.
When you say they're in Dade County, is it that they have offices in Dade County, or they're from Dade County, or?
I would have to go back. If I'm not mistaken, they all have offices, warehouses. They're situated within Miami-Dade County. And Brightview is an international company, but they do have an office in South
Basically,
Florida.
what she's asking is they don't have a satellite company. They're based from
Well,
here.
Brightview is
Or they're all satellite
a
locations.
national, Brightview is a national company, but they do have an office within Miami-Dade County or Dade County.
So Brightview is not based out of Dade County, but the other 2 are. Group 1 and group 2, group 3 isn't. Yes, sir, you're recognized. Wait, I'm sorry, Madam
We're still on-
Councilwoman,
we're
are you
still on-
done?
oh, we're still on B.
Madam Councilwoman, are you done with?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I think Brightview is a subcontractor.
Talking to me. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, it wasn't Brightview a subcontractor?
No, they're
No.
a prime. They don't have,
No,
no.
we don't- okay.
I can provide you with the addresses. I have the RFPs and the responses.
Okay.
So SFM, their address is listed at 7500 Northwest 74th Avenue in Medley, Florida. Brightview is listed as 8191 Northwest 84th Street in Medley, Florida. And which other one did you need? Visualscape?
Visualscape.
Visualscape is 17801 Northwest 137th Avenue, Miami, Florida.
Thank you, ma'am.
Through the chair.
Okay, yes, sir, you're recognized.
Yeah, so so Louis, was it, where did they come in on the price?
So with an RFP, you take more into account rather than pricing. I think they were about like $8,000 cheaper than SFM was. But when you take everything else into account, they were not the lowest, the highest score.
Okay.
Remember, we're trying to look for more value, less risk. It's not always about the cheapest price.
Right, and so which leads me to my next question then. So how do we, is there any oversight of on performance, right? So with and vendor performance, do we make sure that they meet certain service levels every month, or how does that work? Walk me through that.
So with this contract, we work closely with Michael and we put in all those mechanisms into it where there is constant checking, reporting, and we're gonna have a project manager assigned per group so they could keep track of what's being done.
Moving forward.
Moving forward, that wasn't like that now.
So it was never like that before?
No, we actually baked this into the contract, into the proposal itself, where we could protect ourselves and really have complete oversight of this.
Got it. So who in the city would know how they did as a vendor?
So in this case, it'll be Parks and Recreation that's going to be handling this
Right, but I'm talking
particular
about
contract.
historically, who can go back now and tell us, hey, these guys, I mean, they bombed it for the last 5 years, or they were actually pretty good. Who would know that?
There are references, they have references that they turned in.
Right. Is there any city reference though? Is there anyone from Hialeah that
Yeah.
says we saw them work and this is how they did?
Well, I could tell you from City Hall, I worked with them closely. We never had an issue here in City Hall with them. I don't know about outside of City Hall. Remember, City Hall, City Hall.
Yeah.
Mr. Festa? And in Parks, how was their performance?
It was mixed. When we started, there were a lot of issues that we saw. We did meet with Mr. Hervis. We identified the issues. There were previous, I guess, pay increases that they were not given as a contractor for the city. So they had held their pricing for almost 10 years, if not more than 10 years. And that led to them cutting the quality of the service to match the price that the city was paying. During the initial, when we came on board, they discussed that. And we said, let's look at it. I think the vendor did stop service at one point while we did market research, and we did reach out to other firms to see what they would have charged for a similar service in the interim while we were bidding it out. That market research found that the increase that he was requesting was still going to be cheaper than going with one of the three bidders that we went out to. And at that point, the increase was given to the vendor. The service improved dramatically. So over the last year, the quality of the service has been completely 180 from what it was last year.
Mike, so I'm sorry through the chair. So just to follow up on that, that's a good point. So when you gave them the increase, the quality got better.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and then that increase was still a lot less than what we're awarding today.
Not what we're awarding today because the scope is different, but from at that time, because at that time we were trying to create that, fill that gap. So it was basic services. It was cutting the grass, blowing removing weeds, just to get us by until we can issue a bid that had the concrete language that the bid has that will go into the contract. Because when the previous agreement that we had with Super Landscape was literally 10 bullet points, which you can't really enforce on that. So there were certain things that there wasn't an agreement on. Basic items that a service should have weren't included on the bullet point, and then it was very difficult for us to enforce.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, you recognize.
Over there.
Madam Chair, just for this proceeding, we're here on the bid protest based on the allegations that are set forth in the bid protests. And we have to just look at the criteria. And we're not reevaluating anything that a selection committee would have done. And we're not also looking at anything of the past, like the discussions we've had right now. They wouldn't be valid discussions for this type of.
So help me understand through the chair. So help me understand what's the purpose of this?
The purpose is pursuant to the city section, hold on, let me put my glasses. on.
Of course.
285.
Yeah, section 2, 815.1, which is a protest. You have to first award the bid to whoever, and then the protest comes. I know that this is the way we've handled it here in the past. But it's not about reevaluating what the selection committee did.
No, I got it. So you're saying that our job today, and this is, I think this is the first time I'm doing this, to be honest with you, right? So you're saying that our job today is to either approve or deny the actual.
That's your first vote.
Correct,
right?
correct. And then second to that would be to take up the protest.
That's right.
All right. And then what is the action that we take as a council on the protest?
In terms of whether you approve
Yeah,
the protest or whether you deny the protest, it's gonna be based obviously on your decision as the evidence. And like Mr. Magrizo said, the standard is capricious. In other words, was it fair and capricious or not? That's the appeal standard.
Right. And so then, okay, so I get that. I get the protest part. So now for the first part,
Right.
we can make a decision whether we approve or we table or we deny.
That's right.
Okay.
Are you done with your thought?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, if we approve 1, 2, and 3, and then we overturn the bid protest, how does that go into our request of the proposals that we just accepted?
So you're saying if you approve group 1, 2, and 3 as is pursuant to what the selection committees.
And then overturn the bid
Right,
process?
and then
How does that?
then you have to make a determination, right? You approve it because the code says you have to have an approval first. And then you're gonna make a determination on whether or not you're gonna grant the protest or not.
But then how does that fit into
Right.
what we've already written for ground maintenance services through the 3 contracts? And I apologize for anyone here today. We've
But
never had
technicality-
an item like
we're
this
Just looking at
before.
the technicality of it. First, you just need to approve or deny the, item A, 11A,
Mhm.
right? And then you can go into item B and make a decision on item B.
How
Well, we
does that
started with
affect
item-
what we just approved on item A though?
Yes, of course.
I would request that you approve item A and reject item B. It's not a good precedence, and I came from a world where bid protests were standard operating procedure. Okay, and what it'll do is create an open door to challenge everything. You don't get something, come and challenge it and make it as political as possible. So my counsel, my request would be is approve item A, reject item B.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other council discussion on this?
Through the chair, yeah.
Oh,
just-
you
Chair.
recognize.
Just because I want to make sure that we're all on the same page here. Now, there are a lot of things that happened in the past, right? That again, it wasn't your fault and it wasn't our fault. I guess it's the way that things were done. But I think it's important to have these conversations, right? Because, we do have folks sometimes out there that question, right? When we award things without having a solicitation process or when we just kind of bypass a certain process and it is what it is, right? So I think we should at a minimum have this conversation. Now, again, I'm real big on 2 things, right? And this is why otherwise, listen, I would move forward and I'm good with it. But the 2 things that I have some heartburn with, right? Is number one, there was no oversight of it. I don't even think there's any oversight with vendors today at all. I may be wrong. Moving forward, we want to do that, right? But we have no visibility on vendor performance, right? That's number one. And that's your fault too, right? Because at the end of the day, I think all the good things that we do, as bad as it sounds, we want to talk about it. We should talk about it, right? Otherwise, people don't know how good you are, right? So that's my biggest issue. There's no data that we could fall back on and say, hey, Super Landscape actually did a great job, right? We have Mike saying that after we gave you guys a little money, then you guys performed well, which is understandable, right? But I wish there was a way to measure that performance. And then number two, you guys are Hialeah based, right? And I think that for many of us, it means a lot to us. I know that the majority of this council feels that way, but again, those are my 2 points of emphasis that I really want to make. I'm all about also quality. That's why we have this process, right? We've said it for a long time. If something remains the same for a long time, then that's when bad things could happen, right? That's why we have term limits. That's why we do all these things. And I'm all for change, right? But I want to make sure that the change is justified, right? And so that's why I want to have this conversation. Okay, but we'll figure it out. Okay. That's it.
Any other council discussion before we move forward on a vote? All right, do I have a motion on item A?
Let me reread item A if that's okay through the chair.
Madam Clerk, would you like
Since
to?
we started with B.
No.
We read item A.
I know you read it, but then we went through everything with B.
So you want me to
I-
read it
I-
into the
No,
record?
I could
Oh.
read that on my own. I know I've been challenged today, but I'm capable.
Interlude music.
Do, 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 do. I'm trying to see the final. So well, I can't find the final here. So item A is group 1, 2, and 3, correct?
Correct.
And I want to read it.
It's a 3-year term, starting October 1st.
Okay, and
With
who's
an
a
option
bidder?
to renew,
Okay,
one additional 2-year term. So initially, it's a 5-year contract in all. Possibly. Possibly. It's 3 years with an option to renew an additional 2 years after the 3.
thank you. See, you know me well.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
And I know it's not part of this, but Louis, do we have any info on Brightview? I mean, as far as the number of employees, the number of, I know we mentioned they have like some satellite office somewhere.
You guys have in the backup, the submittal from Brightview. They were not brought up in the protest, so we didn't provide any information on them.
Yes.
They were not part of group 1 as far as the companies that they brought up, but the response is there with everything, with their equipment, their personnel, their certifications.
Yes, ma'am.
Out of curiosity, that's something that Councilman Toledo brought up. In our evaluation process, are there points given for being in the city of Hialeah?
No, we've never had that.
Okay, so that,
We can add that.
I'm sorry?
It could be added.
Well, I was gonna say that perhaps in the future, if that's a criteria that weighs on you, then you could always consider that.
I
You know,
agree.
Again, there's always a slippery slope though, and you gotta always
Mhm.
remember these kind of things, okay? But if that's something that in the future, the council would like on procurement process or some procurement items, to give skew of points or something, whatever it is, toward local vendor, then that's something that obviously is something that could be baked into an ordinance or something in the future.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am, you're recognized.
Mayor, one of the things that I've been saying forever, as long as I've been here, apparently is 100 years. But the first thing that we always have to look at is the people that serve and give jobs to our residents, the people that give us our gardening, everything that they do. we should always look at our backyard first, because those are the people that pay our taxes and provide jobs for our residents. So that's always the first thing. From there, you go out to neighboring cities, the county, and then go out. Sometimes you have to find somebody outside of the state because it doesn't exist here, which is rare. But I've always thought that the best way that we serve our city is by taking care of our city first and foremost. And then everything else comes after.
And I agree. And one of the
Right.
things that we found, or that I found when we're in the county, when we were having this conversation on a bigger scale, we would find some companies, all their employees were in the county. So for example, you may have a vendor that's outside of the city, yet all their employees happen to be Hialeah residents.
Correct.
And so that, like I said. that's
We
what-
have here, right?
Exactly.
Right. So definitely. But I do have a question on this. So we're approving this and it's group 1, 2, and 3 as it is here. We cannot make can we make any recommendations or changes or comments on individually, group 1, group 2, or group 3?
Madam Attorney?
No, because you would be reevaluating what the selection committee did. So you could just, take action by approving it or sending it back and saying, no, redo it again. Those are your options.
So what you're telling me today is that these groups that went through all this,
Right.
if we agree with 2 and we don't agree with, 1, we have to start all over with the 3 groups?
Yes. Yes, this is how the RFP was placed out. Yes.
That's horrible. That's horrible. Because I have an issue with one of the companies. I have an issue with one of the companies with experience personally. And that's that. All right, that's what it is.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
So, so Mayor, if that's okay, I think we would like to maybe explore that, adding that metric or that additional point moving forward, right? For local organizations that reside within the city of Hialeah, not now, but just moving forward. I think that speaks volumes to what we want to do, right? I think police has it as well. I may be wrong. When you're hiring cops, if they live in Hialeah, or maybe that's fire. If they live within the city of Hialeah, I think that's an additional, or maybe it's promotions. But I think it's fire. But I think that's something that maybe we should look at in the future. I'm all about change. I'm all about change, and I agree that we should look at everything that we do, right? Everything that we subcontract and see who's been there for a long time. But I'm all for that. I'm okay with moving forward, but again, Mayor, if we could have that conversation with regards to local businesses, I think that'll be great. Yeah.
Councilman, as I said, I think the council has that ability, and I think we should look into in future contracts. I don't have a problem whatsoever. At the end of the day, we need to make sure that the folks that do the evaluation are doing it in a correct and transparent fashion. All the records are here to be seen. And if that's something that the council would want to do for future contracts, in certain type of contracts, or something that may just be impossible to do, I don't have a problem with it. My only caveat would be we just got to be careful, because sometimes we wind ourselves into a situation that and as much as I know of some of these companies, I could tell you, SFM has been doing work at Hialeah Park when I used to be an employee there. Every single employee was from the city of Hialeah, every single one of them. Now their business may have been, I think it was in Hialeah Gardens at one time. But every single employee was a Hialeah employee. So, I always want to be, I don't know, do you want to create a procurement where you also ask, okay, where are your employees at? Are they all Hialeah residents, so that we're trying to be as just as possible?
Yes.
But that's the
That's
purview of
very
the council,
difficult. Yeah.
that if you wanted to,
I thought we had done something like that when we discussed the tow trucks, remember? That we wanted the tow truck companies to be local here from Hialeah, and that was one of the
They had to have
the
a spot,
points
they had to have a place.
that we had discussed, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, I was gonna go ahead with you. I was gonna wrap this up.
Oh, I'm a little concerned with how we did it. So we have three groups. I'm sorry, I'm going back to this, but I don't understand. If we have three groups and you're coming to the council, you're giving us just this one, how are you going to judge them in the future? Next week? If somebody's not doing the right job, are you gonna remove group one? Or are you gonna go back and say, okay, everybody go away and then let's start all over? How does that work?
I mean, I'd have to look specifically. Louis, do you remember specifically what the language in the RFP says regarding that?
We have, remember, they're gonna be, their performance is gonna be
On-
measured on a weekly or monthly basis. If the contractor isn't doing good, they have the option to remove it and then you give it to the second person. That came in the scoring.
So is
So
it-
we
is-
do have mechanisms to protect ourselves in case the vendor isn't doing a good job.
Separately.
Separately, yeah, because
In
you have
their
three different
contracts.
groups.
Correct,
Right.
but we can't do that now here.
When they sign the
No,
contract, when we
it's part of
approve
the,
it,
it's part of the proposal
Right.
already.
when we
We're gonna be
approve it-
monitoring their performance.
Right. See,
If they're
that
not
when,
doing a
when
good
you
job,
start,
you can remove them.
when you start, when you start, everything is beautiful and everybody does everything fabulous and everything is, great and, right? So the issue that I have is one of these companies at the beginning of working at my employers, they didn't do a good job.
Okay.
And they haven't stepped up.
Okay.
They keep needing their hand held. And I'm curious as to if that's at the very beginning, what's gonna happen? Especially when you cannot compare Hialeah Park, as big as it is, compared to the city of Hialeah, right?
Right.
So I'm concerned about that. That's why when I look at this, that's in my mind. And
I'm confident in the way the proposal was written and the staff at Parks now to keep track of these guys. And if there is any issues that they will remove.
okay.
Through
The vendor.
through the
Yes,
chair. So a couple more points, and I thank you for bringing that up, Councilwoman. It made me-
Also, I'm
made me
sorry,
think of-
they all provided references. We all checked them and we have the list there with all the references and their scores. No one came in under an 8. Everyone was between 10 and 8. So there was nothing that jumped out at us showing that one vendor wasn't providing great service.
Louis,
Well, they're never gonna give you the person that they're
Plus
giving
everyone
bad
across the
service
board,
to.
Yeah.
They're not gonna
Well, you'd
give
be
you.
surprised. We had
They
another
won't
bid
put me down as a reference, obviously.
Louis, what is it that we're tracking to for oversight?
I would have to go into the document and I'll give you a list of everything that we asked as far as performance standards. Do you know what you guys remember? I don't know off the top of my
Is it on
head.
the back? Is it on the backup here?
It should be, yes, it's inside the bid document itself.
In the big-
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I thought you said big document, not bid
In the
document.
300 page?
In the 900-page document.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, just send that over to me when you get a chance.
Some of the points in there.
Okay, and then what's the removal process? So let's say they don't meet the expectations. Is it you put them on a cap? I mean, what's the process there?
I would have to go back to the document and see. I don't know off the top of my head right now.
I think that there's common sense here also. You have a vendor doing work. If you're starting to find deficiencies, obviously you try to remedy it with them. You point things out because you're working with these vendors. If you get to a point where you get to a point of that you can't reconcile the discrepancies, obviously, then you have cause within your contracts, within our contracts, I would hope, expect.
Yes.
I'm sure we do. We have out clauses, right? Where, if you run into an issue and you're not getting the remedy, then you're terminating a contract basically. So.
All right, just send me that when you get a chance. And we're in item A. Is that what it is?
Yes.
In the first?
Yeah.
All right, I move.
So I have a motion for item A. Do I have a second?
wow.
I have a second by Councilman Rodriguez. Can we please call the roll?
You have no comments?
Mr. Tumidor,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo,
No.
Ms. Casa Munoz,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
No.
Mr. Rodriguez. Motion fails at the pleasure of the council.
Item B.
Madam President,
Oh.
if I may
So,
finish
one-
one
one
point.
moment. Elsa, here we have a 3-3 vote. So it's not really failing because you have a 3-3. Maybe we should table this so you have a full council and then we can have a tiebreaker.
Yes, I agree, because it's 3-3.
Motion to table to the next meeting?
Isn't it just tabled already or?
Yeah,
it's a 3-3?
defaults.
Motion by Councilmember Calvo.
Second. Did you second?
Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
I thought it just defaulted.
Ms. Gasa Munoz,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Tundidor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Item 11E is tabled until August 22nd, 2023.
All right,
If-
item B.
If I may finish. I just want to make clear what we're voting on right now. The complaint is attacking our document. It's attacking the process that the city went through. What they're saying is that the city acted illegally in this process. I ask you to not approve that. The city acted in accordance with all relevant Florida statutes, all case law, and the charter and the code of the city of Hialeah. What he's saying is that this document is arbitrary, that there was no rhyme or reason that the committee came up with the decision that they came up with, that they did it on a whim. We're not here to discuss price. We're not here to discuss ability. I was going through the qualifications and experience with you to show you that it was not arbitrary. There was reason. If you vote in favor of this protest, what you're saying is that the city acted in a way that is not in accordance with Florida law.
I'm sorry, we didn't vote on the protest.
Not yet.
No, he's saying
okay,
that
okay,
the item
okay.
coming
All right,
before us
yeah,
now.
I'd like to say one more thing. The petitioner was awarded 3 bids recently through the streets department. The document, the language in the document is the same that he was awarded. It's the same. There was no argument that that document was arbitrary because he won. How could this document be arbitrary now? How could the bid that he lost be arbitrary?
Can we just table this, move on? You're really in it and I get it, but it's like 10 PM and you're
Well,
like
Council-
lobbying for them.
Councilman.
I just
No,
motion.
no,
I
no,
motion to
no.
table.
It's inappropriate.
Excuse me.
Council, that's very inappropriate.
I'm not lobbying, excuse me, sir.
These are
I'm not
lobbyists.
lobbying for anybody.
Motion to.
And I'm
table.
lobbying for the city, which is my
Motion to
job.
table 11B.
I represent the city.
Motion to
Go ahead.
table 11B.
I apologize for that, Attorney
Do you
Alex. I
recognize my
apologize for that.
motion?
11B is automatically tabled, ma'am, because we've tabled the item. So
Yeah.
you're considering the item and then.
Yes, but that's pursuant to our city code because there was no award. Therefore, the protest, we cannot
Right,
proceed
it
with
was
it.
the first process and the second process. Correct.
11C then.
Through the chair,
Yes, sir.
be careful the precedents you set. Be careful. All right, you just thrown chum out in the water. You just thrown chum out of the water. There are experts out there that are going to be standing before this council when a bid doesn't go their way to destroy it. Okay? Be careful, because that's what you're rewarding. You could only ask your staff to go through the due diligence of what they need to do and do it in a professional way. You may not like the outcome, and there's going to be even better lawyers that are going to come here, okay? Because they now smell blood in the water. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. Okay?
Item 11C, please.
Pursuant to section 2.01 of the city's charter, Mayor Esteban Bowo Jr. appoints Kevin Linsky, subject to civil service rules and regulations, to the position of Public Works Director.
Council, you've all had an opportunity to meet Kevin, I think, already on a couple of occasions. All I could say is that since he's been there, the department has aggressively addressed a lot of issues, not just the issues of of customer service, which all of us have rightly have talked about at great length, but also relationships with the county. And he is in the middle of a lot of conversations and negotiations with the idea and the hope to try not to only improve our system, but figure out how the heck we could get some of these water prices to come down. So you've all met him already, and I'm glad that he's now on board on a permanent basis. Smile and wave, Kevin.
There he is.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on that?
Motion.
I have a
Second.
motion by Councilman Tunidor and I have a second by Councilwoman
And I
Gonzalez
called him
Munoz.
another name yesterday, I almost died.
Mr.
sorry.
Calvo,
No.
Ms. Casam Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Tumnidor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. All right. Moving on. I think we're going to move on now to unfinished business
Through the chair.
and yes.
The last meeting, we spoke about the concerns that I had with the 911. I just wanted to provide the council an update. First of all, kudos to the city clerk's office. I think they've been working diligently and they've definitely gone above and beyond the call of duty to provide documents pursuant to my investigation. So thank you for that to the city clerk's office. There was a series of documents that I just wanted to highlight for the council. They're not that many, but they do show some points of concern, I think, for all of us in terms of the efficacy of this department. So the first document is the state of Florida 911 plan. And essentially what it says, it lays out the standard, what the standard is for 911 operators and departments across the state of Florida. And it says that the standard is that 90% of all voice calls should be answered within 10 seconds or less during the average busy hours. So when it's busy, you have to answer 90% of the calls in 10 seconds or less. That's the standard set forth in Rule 60FF -60.005. So that's when I received this first document from the city clerk's office, and this is from the 911 department, that states that 911 calls in the period of 2021, the year 2021 is the first reporting period that I received. It says that our total answer rate for 10 seconds or less was 61%. So just to recap, the standard that the state of Florida lays out is we have to answer 90% of these calls within 10 seconds. And in this period of 2021, it was 61% of the calls answered in 10 seconds. In fact, we didn't cross the state mandated threshold of 90% until you get to the 40-second mark. So in essence, people were waiting 40 seconds or 4 times the amount prescribed by the state in order to have their call answered if they fell in that percentage. When you move on to 2022, last year, the percentage does increase. It increases to 85% in 10 seconds. However, that is still not meeting the minimum threshold requirement laid out by the state of Florida. When we get to 2023, the most recent answer time log, the percentage actually fell in 2023 and is now sitting at 83% of the calls being answered in 10 seconds. And again, we don't actually meet the state of Florida mandated requirement of 90% of calls until you get to the 40-second mark. So those are those 2 documents. Another interesting point to mention is we were talking about the abandoned calls or what have you. And I think a lot of comments were laid out, these calls are albeit abandoned, but they're going to be called back or they're going to be transferred over to the county. I think a lot of those statements were laid out. Unfortunately, to this point, I've received no record that indicates to me whether or not we did call these people back. I know that's something that's being worked on, but 6 weeks later, I have nothing to present to you on that matter. However, I did receive a document, and it was actually a series of documents laying out every single month and year going back 2 years that lays the total number of abandoned calls by month. And so one that I just picked, it's the most recent one from May of 2023. It says total number of abandoned calls in that month was 1,840 calls. Now, the interesting thing, and one of the things that we mentioned last time was, well, these are potentially people that are like prank calling, or they're dialing 911 by accident or whatever, and then they're just hanging up the phone. And that's why you see this like large number of abandoned calls. However, interesting to note, so here it lays it out and it breaks it down to two categories. It says not at workstation abandoned and total abandoned at workstation. So for the total abandoned not at workstation, it's roughly half, 888. It states that those calls on average were in our system and not delivered to a workstation for 38 seconds. So we're not talking about a prank call where you dial and in 5 seconds you hang up, or in 10 seconds, or in 15 seconds, or in 20. These calls on average, meaning some calls were even longer than this, were in our system for 38 seconds before they were considered abandoned. And then on top of that, 952 calls were actually taken all the way to the workstation, and they were abandoned at the workstation for a total average time of 25 seconds. So I move on to the list of employees, the 911 department. One of the questions that I've asked is, where are we in terms of certifications? And so when I first received the document that lists out every employee, and this is the penultimate document, it lists out every single employee, and then it lists out the expiration date. So it says, when the license was verified and when the license was expired. The strange thing to me was that everybody's license expired on the same day, which I found a little odd. But then I looked at the verified column, and it states that basically every license was verified on the same day, which was in April of 24. However, the renewals for these licenses occur in February, not in April. So that stuck out to me as something that was remiss. However, when I go and I break down certain individuals, and I'm counting, I believe it was 5 individuals, didn't or don't have a certification because they are exempted, presumably because of their law enforcement certification. So with that, I went to Florida statutes, and Florida statute lays it out, I think, very clearly. That's Florida statute 401-465, and it states that in order for a 911 public safety telecommunicator to be employed through their law enforcement certification, 3 things have to be met. And those 3 things are: 1, their chief executive has to designate them or select them to be a 911 public safety telecommunicator. 2nd, they have to perform their duty as a telecommunicator for 911 on an occasional or limited basis. And I just want to repeat that for emphasis: occasional or limited basis. You have a series of individuals here that are working 12-hour shifts. They're working in some cases more than 12 hours in this department. They've been doing it systematically for years. I'd be remiss to say that that is a limited basis. And they do it under their law enforcement certification without having a separate 911 certification as required by Florida statutes. And thirdly, they have to pass a department-approved examination, which brings me to another interesting point. So there's a series of individuals here that presumably are working in 911 according to this chart. However, their test for this certification hasn't been completed. Actually, they're scheduled for the exam to be done this month in a couple of weeks. So some of them on August 15th, there's another one on August 23rd. One just took it a few days ago on July 31st. And interestingly enough, I mean, these aren't considered trainees. They're not under that column. They're in the general employee list. In fact, one of these individuals, and I won't say their name publicly, but you can all have this document. You've all received it in your inboxes. This individual is actually a supervisor, has a supervisor role within the department. However, is still hasn't sat for the exam or won't be sitting for it until August 15th of this year. There's 2 additional individuals listed out that they're considered contractors. It doesn't show any information about them having a certification, but it says that they need their law enforcement certification and that they just started the application for that certification in July of this year, after I started making my records requests and calling for an investigation. So I found that quite odd. And the last point from this document before I move on, one of the officers that is serving, I guess, as a dual purpose police officer and 911 operator. This is actually one of our highest paid employees, Mayor. He makes more than you. He makes over $200,000 a year, but he's doing a dual role. So I found that quite interesting. The last document that I'll point out, and I'll be very brief, I know it's late, is an email transmitted from an employee of the 911 center last year. It was actually sent to the mayor and HR, presumably. And it basically, in short, says insufficient staffing, mandatory overtime, unsafe working conditions, more responsibilities, and less respect. Morale has plummeted among dispatchers, severely understaffed. As a result, dispatchers are often required to work an additional 4 hours of overtime per shift. That's on top of their 12-hour regular Alpha Bravo. And this is the kicker. They're having to wear their headsets on bathroom breaks to avoid missing calls, skipping lunches, and not taking breaks. Employees are at risk for burnout, illness, and safety issues. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is what I have for you today. I still have thousands of emails to comb through, thousands of other documents to look at, but that is essentially what we have to this point. And I don't think it clears up anything. If anything, I think it asks more questions for this department.
All right, are we moving on to new business? I'm gonna make a motion to reconsider item 11A. Okay,
I want to reconsider the motion for item 11A after I thought about it.
Hey, Councilmember Rodriguez, you cannot, I believe, make that motion because you voted against the approval of the item. So
Gotcha.
it has to be someone on the side voting yes that makes that motion.
Got it.
So I thought we ended up, I thought the motion was to table.
No, well, the original motion was to approve and it didn't pass because it was 3-3.
Right, okay, so
We don't, essentially, we don't have a decision on the item. You've tabled it to a later date.
yeah, so you
asked
thought
to
about,
reconsider.
yeah, okay, so I motion to reconsider.
Okay.
Vivian.
Yes, sir. Wait, why?
so Councilman Tundidor motioned to reconsider item 11A since it was tabled and to be reread to the council. Do I have a second for that motion? By Councilwoman Garcia Robles, you seconded?
No. Casal Munoz. Casal Munoz.
Okay,
Ms. Casal Munoz,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Tundidor,
Yes,
Mr. Calvo.
No.
Motion passes. We can now reconsider item 11A.
Item 11B,
11A.
11A.
11A, yeah, I move.
okay, so now we have a move to consider item 11A, motion by, to approve, a motion to approve by Councilman Tundidor.
Second.
I have a second by Councilman Rodriguez. Can we call the roll, please?
Ms. Garcia Robles,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Tundidor,
Yes,
Mr. Calvo, Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Now we motion to discuss item 11B.
You need me to read it into the record?
No,
again, or-
I just need the council to consider making a motion.
Motion.
Now, the motion for item 11B is if you motion to in favor or motion to deny. So
Reject or accept the protest.
yeah, so again, Mayor, if you're open to us having that discussion on how we can, put the focus back on local businesses, I think moving forward, right? I mean, I think that'll go a long way here. I'm not gonna repeat everything I've said already. We understand where everyone's at. You're welcome. And so I move to deny the
protest.
protest.
Motion to deny item 11B.
Second.
I have a second by Councilwoman Casals Munoz.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Tundidor,
Yes.
Mr. Calvo, Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Motion carries. The bid protest is rejected.
All right. Moving on to new business, we have a discussion item.
Council, recently, the Argentine Football Association, also known as AFA, has approached the city of Hialeah in a discussion with a very interesting, I can't call it a proposal because I don't believe it's been formalized or put in writing yet, but the concept of perhaps using one of our parks to do improvements and create what in essence would be a training center for their international team when they're here in the United States and other visiting teams that may be coming to play in South Florida. The best way that I think I could emphasize this is like if the Dallas Cowboys had asked to invest in the city of Hialeah and build a training. It could go a lot of different ways, but I think it's extremely important that I get some feedback from the council on what their thoughts might be when a private entity comes in with ideas of creating some exclusivity in something that they build in exchange for millions of dollars worth of improvements in a park. But I'm curious to hear some of your thoughts, because if it's dead on arrival, it's dead on arrival, or if it's a curiosity to see what is it that they would propose and how it would look, then it's something I think that I'd want your eyes on, some of your advice before we enter into any kind of conversation. Understand that I feel strongly that all the academies that have approached us over the last year, or well, the last 2 years since I've been here, soccer's taken off. Clearly, Messi's arrival here has just sent shockwaves through the system. International clubs like AFA and others are looking at not just South Florida, all over the United States to create these academies. Perhaps what we've been hearing for years and years and years is now actually becoming a reality. You've seen in a lot of the parks across the nation more and more investment in soccer pitches, not as much as in what we used to see when I was growing up, which was all baseball diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing less and less of that. Like developers and like others that are looking at the city of Hialeah for investment, a lot of these soccer outfits, Juventus, Atletico Madrid, and AFA are all looking at Hialeah, looking at park areas about how they could work with us, do investments, build infrastructure, but obviously at what level are we willing to compromise, or what level are we willing to work? Always thinking in mind of protecting our kids, making our kids have access, making sure that we protect the integrity of the parks that many residents before us and us that live here have invested into these spaces. But this is just one of many others that are approaching. It is in some cases similar, but not identical to what AFA is doing in North Bay Village. And they're building a youth center there. There are moving parts there because that they plan on building an academy there. They plan on, they have to do some stuff with the school board. But these things, the way they look at it, and I would concur, is not just, training centers, facilities for seminars, coaches, for folks to come here to do rehab. I'm talking about international stars that may come here to rehab, come here to train if they're playing in the United States, teams that are coming from abroad. This also could be an economic impact. Again, think in terms of the Dallas Cowboys building a training facility in your city. And so I'm curious, like I said, to know the reaction of some of you and how what you would feel about that. But they're all coming and they're all knocking on our doors.
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, when the Marlins won the World Series, the second time, one of its players came over and promised the world in one of our parks. You remember, you were here. And what happened was the kids from the neighborhood weren't allowed to play there. And that was very detrimental to the city and to the parents and the residents. And we stopped focusing on baseball because that happened. Then we had the Miami Heat that came to Bucky Dent and they redid the basketball court. And they did it in a manner that was very inviting to the neighbors. And they would come and play with the kids. They would bring them over. They were teaching them. It wasn't all the time, but they would do it, at least once a month. One of them would come over and the kids benefited from that. But that was different. What they did was already inside the building. It was a basketball, but they never told the kids not to come in. So we have to find the median and make sure that whatever we do in our parks that have been paid for by our citizens, that we allow our citizens that pay to come and play in our parks. And we are the city that has per capita more parks than any others. And we have community parks. Kids come from school, they play in those parks. We have to make sure that we continue to allow them to do that. Schools are very empty. Our public schools are very empty, and the way that the kids get to see their neighbors and whatnot are at the parks right now. So we have to be very careful with that. I love the idea. I think what Messi has done to South Florida is amazing. But everything new is great, right? So we have to see what happens in the future. So I'm just giving you a little bit of background of the two scenarios that were complete opposites, but that we have to focus on our kids and make sure that they have room for whatever it is that we decide to do.
Right. So just a correction, it was a Yankee pitcher, not a Marlins pitcher.
I said when the Marlins won.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
I said when the Marlins.
It was a Yankee guy. I root for the Yankees in
Okay,
baseball,
okay,
but
I got it. I'm a.
but I have seared in my mind the padlock at Babcock Park, and that was a major mistake, and I think it soured the way that was handled.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And there would be nothing that we would even contemplate or that I would ever even consider bringing to this council that somehow or another said you can't go into the field. It just can't work that way. But your point is more than well taken.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Mayor. Any other council discussion?
I agree with you.
Yeah, I think Vivian touched upon the points that we were all considering. Any other council discussion? No? All right. Thank you, Mayor. We're gonna move on to our zoning portion of the meeting. Thank you. Good night. I would ask the council if we could please read item PZ3 first. The applicant is out of the country and therefore on a different time zone. So to consider their time, I would like to help them by reading that item first, please.
Will all those persons who will be testifying on an item, please stand and raise your right hand.
Las personas que quisieran prestar sus opiniones delante de esta junta, por favor pónganse de pie y alcen la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. If so, say I do.
¿Usted jura o afirma que el testimonio que va a dar será la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad y que Dios sea su testigo? Por favor, diga que sí si la respuesta es afirmativa.
Let the record reflect that all have responded in the affirmative.
En el archivo público constará que todos han respondido afirmativamente.
Thank you. So PZ1 is postponed until September 12th. And we're moving on to PZ3. I'm going to move that one up. So if we could please read that one into the record.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance rezoning property from RO Residential Office District to B1 Highly Restricted Retail District and granting a variance permit to allow front setback of 16 feet where 20 feet are required. Contra to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-929. Property located at 291 West 49th Street, Hialeah, zoned RO Residential Office District. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Is the applicant online? In the Zoom room? Pablo?
Yes.
Oh, good evening, sir. I apologize. But we moved your item up considering your situation where you are.
Good evening. No, that's not a problem. Thank you. Good evening, everybody, and thank you very much.
Yes.
I don't know if it's clear, trying to change our zoning. I think this is gonna be the last, one of the last steps for this chapter. The idea is to build an ambulatory surgical center in that beautiful corner in Hialeah. I'm an interventional cardiologist. I'm a doctor practicing in the area for about 14 years, working Palmetto, in the former Palm Springs Hospital, currently Larkin, Hialeah Hospital, and so on. And we currently have a center in which we do cardiovascular medicine, and basically we are you hearing?
Mhm.
And basically we are doing mostly limb salvage, basically avoiding amputations to many people. And the idea is to move to a different center, which is going to be an ambulatory surgical center that will provide us the ability to do cardiac interventions too, ambulatory, and other type of surgeries in the area. I don't know what are we in the process, but I would like to have any questions that you might have for me, please.
Well, this is a replacement of an old house converted into a residential office.
Yes.
So I had there the rendering. So what they are proposing is a new contemporary building. I don't know if you have been by the area, but across the street from the JFK Library is an example of these replacements. There's a new building there. So this is something similar, 2 stories, contemporary, with all the parking that is required.
Okay. That's required. Okay, yeah, this is second reading and public hearing. Is there anyone in council chambers or anyone online that would like to speak on behalf of this item? I have a motion to approve by Councilwoman Casals Munoz. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Vice President Garcia Robles. Can we please call the roll?
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Tunidor is away. Mr. Calvo has left the meeting. Ms. Casal Munoz?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you. Good night, sir.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Good night.
Good
Thank
night.
you.
We're gonna move now to item PZ2.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R1 One Family District to RO Residential Office, granting a variance permit to allow lot width of 65 feet and a total lot area of 6,890 square feet, where 7,500 square feet is the minimum required. Allow rear setback of 24 feet where 45 feet is required. Allow 3 parking spaces at the front setback facing east third place, where all parking shall be located at the rear of the building, and allow 5 parking spaces where 6 parking spaces are required. All contra to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, sections 98-779, 98-781, subsection 2, and 98-2189, subsection 16A. Property located at 320 Northeast 8th Avenue, Hialeah, zoned R1, One Family District. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
All right, this item is on second reading and public hearing. Is there anyone in council chambers or online that would like to speak on behalf of the item?
Good evening, Frank De La Paz, 9361 Bird Road.
Good evening, Mr.
Uh,
Lopez.
I do understand that we have a motion and I have the opportunity to say congratulations, Ms. Jacqueline Garcia Robes.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Jesus Tundidol, on your reelection. As you remember, I was here when you got here the first time and I'm still here.
He's been
Uh,
longer than me.
I would like to congratulate the interim city attorney on her first meeting. And I like the idea. I don't know if it came from Madam City Clerk, not to put such a nasty word that we have used before and use interim. That's very nice. Interim is not acting because, you know, when you say acting city attorney and an attorney is always practicing and she's acting, practicing, and next thing you know, we all get confused like earlier tonight. So it's not to see acting, but interim. Thank you for the vote. The mayor left. If not, when he started mentioning football clubs, he left one out. But then again, it's mes de un club, go Barça.
All right, so we have a motion on the item by Councilwoman Gonzalez Munoz. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Vice President Garcia Robes. Can we please call the roll?
Mr. Tundidor, Ms. Casa Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Have a nice evening.
You too, sir. All right, item PZ 4 has been postponed, so has item PZ 5. We're on to item PZ 6. It's a recommendation of denial.
Ma'am, if I can just quickly record Councilmember Tundidor's vote on item PZ 3. Thank you.
All right. Item PZ 6, please.
Recommendation of denial by the Planning and Zoning Board for the issuance of a conditional use permit to allow a supervisory residential care and treatment facility with 6 beds or less and allow distance separation of 6.9 feet or 10 feet are required for a shed to be legalized. Property located at 340 West 40th Place, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district.
Okay. So this item came before us, no, on June 27th? And
It wasn't considered, ma'am.
It
It was
wasn't con-
postponed on the agenda per the applicant's request.
okay. So it says that there's signatures of neighbors who oppose the applicant's proposal.
Yes, it's part of the back.
Okay, why do they oppose it? Is there anyone here to speak on it, on behalf of the item? Huh?
It's all of them. Those are the neighbors.
These are the neighbors or this is they're not the applicant? Is the applicant, the owner of the property here? No? Okay.
It's okay. Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
We are here because
Your first and last name and address, please, for the record.
Pardon?
Su nombre, su primer nombre,
My
apellido,
name
y su
is-
dirección.
My name is Juana Fernandez.
Okay.
I live in 298 West 39th Place, Hialeah, Florida, since 1969. We live in a residential place and we don't want it change the way that these persons want it because we live in a quiet place and this is they change the thing that they want to change since residential to another. We don't want it. And we have here 58 persons, owners in Hialeah, that they don't want it like us.
Okay.
They change because we have the residential and we don't want it. If we want to sell the house, it lose money. And then sometimes they put drug addict, crazy people there. And if you accept one, in the future, you will have 100 if they want it. Because they change for another, I don't say how it is. We don't want to change the residential that we have.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, all
And
right.
for the reason that I explained, and this lady maybe have another one that is a neighbor.
Okay, thank you,
And we
Juana.
have here.
Yeah, we have the signatures here. We have,
58
yes, we see it.
houses with families that they don't want it to change either with us. I
Juana,
have the paper here.
Juana,
okay.
through the
And-
chair.
Yes, does everyone see the signatures on?
Yeah,
the
yeah,
record?
yeah.
Okay.
So
All right.
Through the chair,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
and Councilwoman, I mean, these have been a big problem and we've seen these illegally operating in other places throughout Miami-Dade County. People have died, right? They have, they use it as a treatment center after someone gets surgery done, right? And they come here as a rehab and then they throw dirty, contaminated rags out in the garbage can. And so it's bad news. And you're right. We don't want it. I wouldn't want it tampoco in my house.
No,
So,
I
yeah,
don't
so
want-
I
I don't want-
second.
I am Catholic
I-
people and I don't want to disturb anybody, but this is not good for the neighborhood.
We agree.
That's fine.
So motion to.
Do I have a motion? to-
Second.
I have a motion to deny by Councilwoman Casas Munoz and I have a second by Councilman Tundidor. Can we please call the roll?
Ms. Casal Munoz,
Thank you, all of you.
Ms. Garcia Robes, Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Tumidor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The recommendation of denial of the Planning and Zoning Board is upheld.
So it's
No
denied.
pasó.
So it's,
Okay.
it's denied. I
Denied.
don't have to say,
Yeah.
I don't have to say what I brought. I don't have to say anything.
Do you want to? We voted on it.
I'm just happy.
Okay.
And I came prepared. I'm just happy.
What's your name?
My name is Barbara Fernandez and I live at 260 West, 39th Place, Hialeah.
Okay. One,
And basically, we share the same thoughts that it's incompatible with a residential neighborhood because of the nature of the business, the
Yep.
noise created by commercial vans.
right.
There's no parking spaces
Right.
for commercial use.
We hear you. We hear you. We respect you and we want you to feel comfortable in your neighborhood.
And
So
our parking is gonna be compromised.
right.
But I'm
Yep.
glad you all understood.
we did.
Thank you. Thank
Absolutely.
you so much.
And
for
I'm
your-
sorry, perdón que estaban hasta tan tarde aquí con nosotros esta noche, pero ojalá lo entretenimos, ¿verdad? Que
Yes.
pasen buena noche.
You
Tranquilo.
too. Thank you for your
Bye-bye.
decision.
Good night, of course. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we just did PZ 6. We're on to land use. LU 1, please.
First reading of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map from low-density residential and commercial to major institutions. Property located at 374 East 12th Street, 398 East 12th Street, and 400 East 12th Street. Hialeah zoned R2, 1 and 2 family residential district, and B1 highly restricted retail district. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. This item is on first reading. I have a motion already on the table by Councilwoman Casals Munoz. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilman Tundidor. Can we please call the roll?
Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Tumidor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for August 22nd, 2023.
Thank you. LU 2, please.
First reading of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map from low-density residential to transit-oriented development district. Property located at 1092 East 21st Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Casals Munoz.
Second.
And I have a second by Vice President Garcia Robes. Can we please call the roll?
Ms. Casal Munoz.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robes.
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Tumidor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for August 22nd, 2023.
Thank you. Moving on to item LU 3.
First reading of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map from low-density residential to transit-oriented development district. Property located at 3011 East 8th Avenue, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Do I have a motion on this item?
Motion.
I
Motion.
have a motion by Vice President Garcia Robes and I have a second by Councilman Tundido. Can we please call the roll?
Ms. Garcia Robes?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Tumidor?
Yes.
Ms. Casal Munoz? Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for August 22nd, 2023.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This meeting is adjourned and our next meeting is August 22nd.